खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू। तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर। खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके, आसमां का शामियाना आज हमें है सजाना। क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू, मौसम का है मेहमान तू। ओ दुनिया सजी तेरे लिए, खुद को जरा पहचान तू। तू धूप है झम से बिखर, तू है नदी ओ बेखबर। खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे, खूंटे से बंदी है हवा मिल के छुड़ाओ सारे। आ जाओ पतंग लेके अपने ही रंग लेके,
A very good afternoon to everyone. A very warm welcome to the final day of AICT Atal sponsored faculty development program on next gen medical devices, a fusion of AI and 3D printing. Over the past week, we have witnessed insightful deliberations, engaging sessions, and thought provoking discussions from distinguished academicians, researchers, and industry experts. Today, on day 6, we not only continue this journey with three more enriching sessions, but will also conclude this FDP with our valedictory ceremony. To formally commence today's proceedings, I now invite our Head of Institute and FDP Coordinator to deliver the welcome address and share her thoughts with us. Please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to one and all present here, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, and participants. Welcome to sixth day of Atal FDB. Welcome back, everyone. Indeed, we are already progressing a rich journey of learning with distinguished panels of expert speakers joining us every day. We are confident that your experience will be even more insightful and rewarding today. Although this is a last day, but we have created a lot of memories with our faculties, with the dignitaries, and all participants. Learning about AI and updating about the medical devices and 3D printing with the positive energy still buzzing in our mind. So I welcome you all. Today's sessions we have with us. First session, our eminent speaker is Dr. A.G. Hariharan sir, professor at KM College of Pharmacy, Madurai. Dr. Hariharan brings with him extensive experience in pharmaceutics. Thank you, sir, for being joining to us, and we wish to have wonderful talk from you. Second section by Dr. Dinesh Mishra, sir, a reputed academician and researcher in pharmaceutical technology. And in third session, we'll have Dr. Surya Prakash Gautam, a visionary researcher and teacher. His talk will provide us the view of AI enabled 3D and 4D printing technology. We are trying to offer you best in this session of AICT Atal Faculty Development Program 2025, organized by Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, designed to foster meaningful interaction, quality learning, and collaborative exploration. Thank you for joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words of inspiration and for leading this FDP with such dedication. So, our first speaker of the day is Dr. A.G. Hariharan, sir, professor at KM College of Pharmacy, Madurai. He brings with him extensive experience in formulation development, bioprocess technology, and pharmaceutical analysis, and served in both academia and industry. Today, he'll be speaking on the topic the role of AI in automating and scaling up 3D printing for personalized medicines. This session will explore how artificial intelligence can revolutionize 3D printing by making personalized therapies more efficient, scalable, and accessible. I now request the technical team to please play the AV for the introduction of our esteemed speaker.
A warm welcome to the Faculty Development Program on Next-Gen Medical Devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing, sponsored by AICTE Training and Learning, Atal, FDP Academy. Dr. Hariharan A.G., a distinguished academician and researcher, is currently serving as professor at KM College of Pharmacy, Madurai. With over 15 years of rich experience spanning academics and industry, he has held prestigious positions including Director and Head of Institute at Smriti College of Pharmaceutical Education, Indore. His expertise covers formulation development, protein and peptide drug delivery systems, bioequivalence, and advanced drug analysis techniques with hands-on proficiency in HPLC, UV spectroscopy, microbialysis, and bioprocess technology. He has been instrumental in guiding MPharm and BPharm research projects, coordinating AICTE, PCI, and NBA accreditation activities, and facilitating industry-institute collaborations. He has successfully led multiple industrial research projects in partnership with leading companies like Marico, Cavincare, and WellCure Remedies, and also contributed as a technical consultant for small and medium-scale pharmaceutical industries. His academic background is equally impressive. He holds a PhD in Pharmaceutical Sciences from Shobhit University, an MPharm in Pharmaceutical Biotechnology from the Dr. M.G.R. Medical University, and an MBA in HR Management. A prolific researcher, he has presented papers at national and international conferences, authored several research publications in reputed journals, and contributed to advancements in areas such as herbal drug research, bioprocess development, and novel drug delivery systems. His leadership extends beyond research and teaching, as he has also been a convener and resource person for AICTE and IP-approved national seminars and workshops, including the notable event Drug Discovery and Development, Traditional Medicine and Ethnopharmacology Perspectives. With his broad spectrum of expertise, industry engagement, and dedication to innovation, he continues to inspire students, researchers, and professionals in the field of pharmaceutical sciences. Sir, we are honored to welcome you as the eminent keynote speaker in AICTE-sponsored Atal FDP at Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Indore. We sincerely thank you for gracing the occasion and sharing your valuable insights on the role of AI in automating and scaling up 3D printing for personalized medicines and contributing to the enrichment of our participants. Your presence is deeply appreciated.
Thank you so much. So, audience, please join me in welcoming Dr. A.G. Hariharan, sir. Now I request you, sir, to please enlighten us on the topic. Please, sir.
Thank you, madam. So I sincerely thank Sapna Malviya, head of the Institute Modern College of Pharmaceutical Science, for organizing such a great event. This is one of the good events, especially in the innovative technologies like the 3D printing as well as collaborating with the AI. So moreover, since it is a very good AICT Atal collaborated tech, I think this faculty uh, will help you a lot. So I will start my session immediately. So thank you for a brief introduction also. So I am sharing my slides. Right. So let us start this scientific session with brief introduction that the topic is one of the going to be change the next entire 1 or 2 decades. The entire concept of drug manufacturing itself. So the topic is very simple one, role of AI in automation and scaling up of 3D printing of personalized medicines. So it it takes so much technical, but it's very simple and it may replace the current manufacturing scenario and it can once again go back to the old system of compounding and dispensing type of drug distribution and dispensing like that. Okay. So first we will understand what is the current stages of pharma market, especially in the US and Europe market, as well as in developing markets like India. If you see the past 20 to 30 years, the entire small molecule entities has been totally replaced with monoclonal antibodies and as well as the hybridoma technology, as well as the rDNA technologies came into place. If you see the market scenario of US and Europe in 2010, out of the 10 leading drugs, 7 were small molecule entities like paracetamol, metformin, like that. 3 were only the monoclonal antibodies for the anti-cancer treatment were there. But there was a great shift occurred after 2020. Out of the 10 leading selling molecules, if you see, 7 becomes the, especially the monoclonal antibodies and rDNA products, and the rest 3 is only the small molecule entities. Now the 3D printing startups comes into play because the current status of the manufacturing process, which is a large scale manufacturing of drugs, which essentially needs to manufacture in such a huge quantity to satisfy the business profitability of the industries. If you see the shift of this pharmaceutical into a biological one, this large scale manufacturing slowly will reduce. So there the 3D printing of drugs will start coming to play. As such, this is already started from 2015 onwards, how this 3D printing, everything will go on. And in this lecture, I have divided this one into 3 basic points. So in this lecture, what we are going to know is that first we will understand what is meant by a personalized medicine. Second, we will have a brief outline about the 3D printing. Then finally, we'll come with how AI will help in the automation and scaling of this 3D printing technology in a large scale production, even at least at a hospital level. So first we will come with a personalized medicine. Because the current scenario, if you see, is that we work with a one size fits to all model of drug medication. Because we produced paracetamol, for example, paracetamol 500 milligram tablets or 650 milligram or 1 gram tablets. But some patients with some liver disease or some other conditions that 500 milligram or 650 milligram will cause toxic effects. But we doesn't have any ideology of individual patients, their conditions. We just give medicines at a particular dosage condition. These concepts are started to change a lot. Slowly, they have drifted from this. Then only the biological compounds started came into the market. So this one size fits all model has been getting replaced with our personalized medicine tech one. So currently, all the countries are working towards this personalized medicine because every individual person has different characteristics. They have a different vision, they have a different biological makeup, they have different metabolism. So we have to design a drug of each individual patient's their requirements wise. So the basic genetic makeup, metabolism, and their current diseased condition, age, everything will affect the drugs. How much drug that has been required for a particular person needs will be calculated and it will be administered to them. So there the needs of personalized medicine become a great awareness among all the public. So how to sort out this personalized medicine with the current technology becomes a questionable one. So there we started looking into new technologies like 3D Mips, right? So if you compare this current system of medicine, we have different patients, consider different types of cancer patients. We will administer a drug of a particular anti-cancer drug to all the patient at a particular dosage level. Out of this patient, some will get effects, some doesn't have effects, but some will get an adverse effect. That is becoming a worrisome one. But if you see if we go for a personalized medicine based on their genetic makeup, metabolism, and the disease state, their age, and other conditions, what we can do is we can alter this drug therapy, especially suits for each individual patient, so the desired effects can be easily achieved and it will satisfy the patients. So this concept has changed our thinking from the common way of manufacturing the drugs and delivering to all the patients to this personalized drug therapy, right? So the basic key principles, if you look into the personalized medicine, is that only three things we are more concerned. One is the genetic profiling and the pharmacogenomics. So based on the genetic makeup, it tells how much is the gene expression of the particular things will happen. Based on that, the drug acceptance and everything we can analyze it. Second is the patient specific factor, especially the metabolism. So the metabolic factor and the other patient related factor like body surface area, age, these things will alter the drug absorption, the drug distribution and metabolism, everything. That will become a factor. For example, if we consider the basic drug, our paracetamol itself, we cannot be able to administer the children's less than 4 years because they doesn't have developed enough metabolic enzymes to neutralize the drug. So what happened is that even a simple drug will influence the patient's characteristics. And third is the diseased types. Actually, the basic diseased conditions like their liver functions or their kidney functions will alters the drug retention in the body that in turn causes toxicity. These are all the things should be taken into consideration to develop a personalized medicine. That means how we can dispense this personalized medicine and where we can dispense this personalized medicine becomes a question. There it comes out our very old model of the pharmacy, that is the compound and dispensing. Still, if you see in the European markets, still most of the hospital, the pharmacy for compounding and dispensing this personalized medicine to the particular patients. So they can reduce the adverse effects and they can improve the patient's compliance, everything. But they have many troubles, especially in the compounding process and dispensing process. And there the first time the 3D printing they started looking into the factor how we can effectively deliver the small molecule entities through this technology. So already we know very well about the 3D printing itself. Our topic itself is that the the next gen medical devices is basically a fusion of AI and 3D printing, because already it started momentum in the Europe as well as the US. Because in the Europe and US, already they started building the customized medical devices, implants, and certain surgical tools. So this slowly started getting momentum in our India also. You will see most of the modern hospitals, they are using the robotic surgery with the developed the 3D printed devices as an implants. All the things is going on. So if you see in our healthcare, this 3D printing has done a great shift, especially the entire management of the patients. The current, if you see where are all the 3D printing can very much helpful. The most one is the data what we'll get from the medical imaging such as CT scans or MRI scans can easily help us to develop a prosthetics for the patients to fit to their particular dimensions of the limbs, or if we can design some medical devices exactly that fits into their hearts as a anywhere we can keep that one. And the third one is that our core objective as a pharmacy people, we can tailor the drug delivery systems and we can help the patients to get the desired drug level without causing any side effects or adverse effects. The another major issue if you see with the patients is that especially the hypertensive patient, they used to take 2, 3, or 4 drugs at a time. That the patient's compliance with the drug therapy will gradually decrease. This can be overcome with this 3D printing technology so that they can the patient's compliance and the adherence with the drug therapy will be there. And what the pharmacist wants is that the patient take the medicine and the drug released in a specific rate, and the target of the drugs material should reach to the specific tissue and specific receptors and produce the desired effects. This all the things is possible with the current development of the 3D printing technology, right? So this convergence of this personalized medicine and 3D printing already started getting momentum in Europe. So already an London-based company called Fabrex is already working in this technology, and recently they have got an MOU with Pfizer for the large scale manufacturing of this drug and large scale supply to the hospital of these 3D printers and the drugs, especially in the Europe, especially United Kingdom. So this convergence of this personalized medicine and the 3D printing, surely I think that it holds a great promise improving the patient's compliance to the drug therapy, and it will surely overall improve the quality of the life of the patients. So in this coming points, we will discuss how this 3D printings is working, when it was started, and what are the different technologies that 3D printing of drugs is possible, everything. So everybody knows that the first 3D printed drug was approved in by the US FDA. That is the Spiritum is an anti-epileptic drug, which was approved around August 2015, but actually started manufacturing in around mid 2016 I so. But even though this 3D printing is not for as a personalized medicine or a small scale manufacturing like that, this has been actually designed for the manufacturing in a large scale. So I will give you a simple outlet how this technology was working. So this Spiritum was developed by a special technology called gypdose technology. It is a simple mechanism. If you see in the picture, the first one, there is a tray in which a powder bed will be spreaded, and the roller will make a uniform layer of this powder bed, and a binding fluid. If you see the second picture, and a binding fluid, especially if you see a starch mucilage or anything, that simply spray over it and make the layer to get forms a coagulated powder. Then it's applies over and over, So we will get a tablet forms. So actually this chip technology was developed for preparing a oral dispersible tablet for us for the epileptic patient, because it dissolves within a short time of around 4 to 5 seconds. Immediately it gets released and solves the patient's compliance. This technology actually there has been designed for large scale manufacturing of the drugs. So I will share the picture with you, a small video for you. Uh, okay. Right? So the chip dose technology was a very simple 3D printing technology. It doesn't takes much of the time the current 3D printing was working in 2015. It is a simple spread the drug into a simple a bed layer and spray the binding solution and make over and over again until you get a desired dose. So this was a great momentum that first time the even the regulatory bodies started accepting the 3D printing technology. But from this, the next stage started, especially in the printing of the drugs. So the 3D printing technologies has been seen a great evolution, and it has many types of printing technologies currently available. But the very importantly, if you see, is the three technologies. One is the stereolithography technologies that has been the first 3D printed drug has been introduced in a short form into a hospital. And the second one is the fused deposition model FDM, which is currently in much more trial method because there is some limitation with the stereolithographic technique. And the third one is the selective laser sintering technique. These three techniques has been totally working, and several research papers has been published in this one, and still in Europe as well as in Italy already the fused deposition modeling and stereolithography drugs has been used by many hospitals for the compounding and dispensing places, right? So now we see one by one. So first we start with our stereolithographic techniques. So how it works, right? So this is the first technique, first actually oral tablets has been prepared by the researchers from the University College London as along with the Fabrics Limited. I already told you that the Fabrics Limited, which is a London-based company, is totally working with this 3D printing technologies. Already they have developed 3 to 4 models of 3D printers for printing the drugs, and also it has been used by some of the hospitals also, right? So they are the first one to come with this the fabrication of this oral tablet with stereolithographic techniques. So as you see in the pictures, it's a very simple technique. What happen is they will prepare a resin, right? So the resin contains the drug, binders, all the excipients, and what happen is that these resins get illuminated by a laser beam, which provides heats and provides layer by layer. In the up platform, it forms the different dimension of tablets as you need, and different dose of tablet as you need. That also in a very short period, around a minute. So this was the first basic ideology came with the stereolithographic technique. So I will share another video with you how this technique is working. So as you see in this video, 1 minute, let's see fits and okay. So in this video, you see it is the stereolithographic printer. So in the bottom, there is a plate in which we can add the resin, and the tablet will be printed at the upper layer because the laser light will impinge this resin into layer by layer at the upper plate to form the tablet dosage form. So this is the bottom plate which carries the resins, and the upper plate has been lowered down into a same layer. Then you see from the bottom the laser lights or any photos can be administered slowly. We can get in different dimensions of the tablet with a precise dosage form. So you can see the formation of the tablets. Right. So they remove the upper plate. In that we can get the tablets or any prosthetic or any drug delivery for the acne treatment like this one. Right. Okay. So the Fabrics has developed the first technology for 3D printing. They have done 3D printing for the medical devices, some cosmetics applications for acne treatments, then the tablets. Currently, this stereolithographic technique is already available in the market, and it is undergoing in the hospitals, pharmacies for the administration of few drugs, right? Okay. So the picture that what I have shown is that personalized loaded drug can be administered to individual patient's requirement based on the shape of the drug delivery system or shape of their cosmetic preparation or anything we can make it. So this is the one I actually showing the picture. What it does is it scans the image of the particular person. So I need an anti-acne drug. So in my nose, if I see more pimples, I need a delivery system which can fit into my nose and slowly delivers the drug for the management. Is we can scan that person nose as a 3D printing scanning and followed by 3D printing of that layer anti-acne drug loaded one. We can deliver it in a smooth manner. So this was the one. Stereolithography was generally developed as an anti-acne drug. Personalized treatment was already available in the market and dosage forms also available, right? So the second technology, which is easy to prepare for different doses but looking in a similar form of the tablet. For example, I am already preparing in a large scale 500 milligram paracetamol tablet. So I can see the dimension of the tablet. It looks in a same manner. But in the same way, I want to produce the 250 milligram tablet also. That can be also possible with the fused deposition modeling of the 3D printers, right? So the fused deposition modeling especially helps to develop a personalized oral dosage forms in different doses, which suits the different peoples, whether it's a children or adult or patients with having some clinical problems. So we can make, but the dosage forms shows in the same manner, which can satisfy the patient's needs. And moreover, we can give a single tablet to the patient, which he needs 4 or 5 drugs, and all the 4 or 5 drugs can be released in the same manner as we expected without producing incompatibilities. This is possible with the fused deposition modeling, right? So the fused deposition modeling already you some if you go to some 3D printers which has been used in some places to make the toys and all now, the same technology has been used for the manufacturing of the drugs. So it works like a filament-based fused deposition model. So what happened is that the current, I already told that the toy or cup maker 3D printer works is that there is a filament will be there, which is made up of some polymers that will feed into the header. What happened is that it melts and it started layer by layer, it started crafting that particular toy. And what we are doing in this 3D printing of this drug is that the filaments is generally made up of with the drug and their polymers and the excipients. So the first trial has been done with the basic drug, that is the paracetamol with polyvinyl alcohol. They make the filament and started 3D printing. And as they expected, they got the drug with the precise dose with precise release schematic, right? So the filaments they have manufactured and they have printed with a simple machine which doesn't cost that much, and they can get the drug with the desired effects. But since I have told you that a person needs 500 milligram tablet means with the fused deposition model, we can produce 500 milligram tablet with the same dimension. If I need a patient with a 250 milligram means with the same dimension it looks, I can manufacture the drug. So this effect we can do by filling the tablets into the micropore volume. That means if you see the toy, it will be constructed in a 3 dimension, but in the center it will be hollow. So the drug we can construct in a hollow cylinder like one, but the dose requirement can depends upon how much we are filling into the center cavity. That is generally considered as a micropore volume. So that means the same dimension we can produce different doses of the tablet, and it also produces the same dissolution behavior what we are expecting. So that was possible with the fused deposition modeling. Currently, the fused deposition modeling has been too much worked by many companies, not only the fabrics, it has been developed by some Indian companies also to convert this one, right? So this is a simple technology that the current 15,000 or 20,000 3D printer can do this work also. So if you see that work that also submitted by the Fabrics along with the College of London, they have done a 3D printing of the tablets, and they have seen the dimension of the filaments of how it impinges and what is the void spaces it creates, how it influences the dissolution characteristics. So they have studied everything and they find out that the 3D printers, especially with this fused model, or we also called it the extruded filament model also, this achieves the desired shape and desired characteristics. Not only for single drugs, it can be done for multiple drugs. So I will show you another video how this works. I mean, so if you see that the normal, what I told, that the current fused filament technology has been used for developing these toys and all. Similar that what happens that the filament will get feeded and the heated it slowly deposit and forms a tablet layer by layer to get the tablet of the different defined dimension size. The inside filling will determine the dosage of this thing one. Already this printer I told it's already in the market, right? It has been developed by the Fabrics in M3 DI maker, and it is also available at a cheap rate around 2,000 euros itself. That means slowly it will pick up the market. Right. So the next one, okay. So there is still we have some problem with 3D printer that I will come to you later. Especially with this fused deposition modeling. So the next one comes the selective laser sinister. So what's the actual problem this fused deposition model is having is that designing the filament becomes a important criteria for this fused deposition. That is one of the drawbacks, that filament should be made and the filament should be stable in the nature, and the filament should produce the desired release kinetics by properly impingement. There is more control is needed while printing the drugs. To overcome these one or two technical difficulties, they have developed another one called the selective laser sintering technology. Right? This selective laser sintering technology uh, uh, once again developed by the same 3D printer innovator, that is the Fabrics Limited. So they called us as a print flux because instead of the filament, they use the powder itself printing directly. Like what we will do in the tablet manufacturing is that we place the granules or the powders into the dice, it punches the tablet. Similarly, they want to make the tablets. So what they want is first they will make a layer of the powder in a bed, and with the help of the laser, they forms a first layer of the tablet. Then spread once again the powder, make the second layer. Similarly, the selective laser sintering was started working on. So if you see in the picture, they have a powder bed, they have a laser, and the laser will make the tablets layer by layer by simply pushing the powder here from there, layer by layer, it will be there. So I will show you another video how this will work. So if you see that this one carries two layers, that is one where you can load the powder, and there is another tray. This powder will be formed in a single layer, and this one is the laser and the upstairs. They will punch to pump the tablet, right? Then the powder will spread layer by layer, so we'll get a tablet later on. So you can see it. So you can see the laser is just printing the tablet in a layer. Right. Once again, the second layer of powder will be spreaded. The printing will go on the same exact places. So the tablet started building up. So if you see, based on the requirement, we can get different dimension of tablets, different filling of tablets, different dosage of tablets. If we add different powders, means we can give different drugs of tablets also. So after passing this powder, we can get the tablets of different dimension as we require it. Yeah. So if you see this selective laser printer, I think surely now it is going to develop in a large scale, because the major issue for us in the drug manufacturing is that the stability concern, because the selective laser sintering will solve this stability concern. Because if we keep the drug mold in powder form and in a sealed container, is easy to handle, rather than converting the drug into a resin, then converting into a filament, it becomes a difficult task. That's the concern of the stability of supply of the raw material. They have acknowledged it, and thereby they have developed this selective laser sintering. But it's a new technology. It has been recently introduced around 2020 only, not that much old, right? So the currently the SLS 3D printer were used to manufacturing without the degradation of the drugs. That is the only objective was that, because the other two technologies, some are other ways during the storage, there is a possible of degradation will happen, especially the raw materials. Once it has been transported from the raw materials to the 3D printing section, there is a possible. But this SLS, since it is in powder form, it can be properly sealed and it can be easily transported without causing any degradation of the drugs. But in the future, you can start seeing this one, because from the basic work that has been coming from the 2015, 16 and 17, there are not many works with this technology. So, but the research paper, it has been came even in 2017 about this printer will surely work, but actually it started developing a better printer and better AI model associated printer has been possible around 2022-23. So we can see near future in Europe also this one, right? So this all the studies they have started with only a single drug, either a paracetamol or a caffeine like small single molecule entity. Later on, the thinking out whether this 3D printer can solve the problem of multiple drug therapy, because this is one of the biggest issues, especially the patient who is going to medicated for a longer duration, whether it's in the case of anti-TB medication or whether in the case of hypertensive condition or even some HIV infected patients, we need a multiple drug therapy. So there that becomes a patient's compliance with this one. So there they have started trying this multiple drug therapy, whether possible with these three technologies. They have first started with the developing of this polypill with the stereolithographic method by using 6 drugs, mainly naproxen, chloramphenicol, prednisone, and aspirin, and other certain drugs. But with this technology, they achieved the geometrics and the exact dose of the drug and their release kinetics. So this article, which has been published in 2019 in Pharmaceutics, telling that the combination of even 4 to 6 drugs is possible with all the things what we want in a tablet to satisfy all the quality parameters of the tablets, what is in the pharmacopoeia is telling. So the physical characteristics, the material inclusion, the material release profile, everything was very fine. So that means the multiple drug therapy was possible with the 3D printing technology. But still, whether it will solve everything, but we have still some problem because the later on the 2020 they have developed with other dosage forms in the stereolithography multi-layer 3D printing. What the unexpected thing we have seen is that I shown that the stereolithography how it works is we keep the drug in the resin form. From the bottom the light will hit and the tablet will form at the top layer by layer, but certain light sensitivity drugs or the light sometimes causes some certain drug interaction or drug excipient interaction that can becomes a problem. There actually we started looking into the interaction studies what already we are used to do in the pre-formulation and all. That also needed, especially in the 3D printing also. So this study in 2020, which clearly indicates that 3D printing we cannot do just like that as you want, because the earlier successes has supported that this can be done, but later on studies slowly started indicating that the 3D printing can be done only with a clear idea of the process parameters and the product interaction characteristics. If this has been very perfectly works, means we can go about it, the 3D printing, right? So there our main part comes, the third one, which is the artificial intelligence. Because of the development of this artificial intelligence, we can easily put this one into the 3D printing to satisfy their characteristics, especially the process parameters, which is involved in 3D printing, and the product characteristics, that is the especially the drug-drug interaction or drug excipient interaction or their characteristics in the drug manufacturing will help out, along with the scale up the manufacturing process. So the AI and machine learning we have to understand. So we will start with a brief introduction. What is meant by an AI and machine learning? So everybody currently knows what is AI. AI is a simple one, artificial intelligence, which is having a similar to human intelligence, which can learn, which can solve the problems, and also makes certain decision. That decision will be finally suggested to humans. The humans makes the final decision. But the artificial intelligence currently, which has been so much developed in a manner that it can learn the things at a very fast manner and provide some strategies to solve that problem and make or help us to make decision making. So this one we can easily imply in this 3D manufacturing of drugs. So already you also known about the machine learning, which is nothing but a starting point of the artificial intelligence, where it from the data, this machine learning programs will study the data and it comes helps us to identify what to do next. So this machine learning and artificial intelligence has slowly grown along with our 3D printing. So already this simple chart will show the current status of our artificial intelligence and the 3D printing. As you can see that the from 1950 onwards, the machine learning slowly get gears up and slowly it has been converted to an artificial intelligence. Finally, we started understanding the AlphaFold and all things. Similarly, the 3D printing, if you see, it actually started in 1984, a small plastic 3D printing, and slowly it has been developed in a polymer of a prosthetic 3D printing. But as such, our drug is concerned, the first 3D printing has been approved in 2015. Thereafter, it started getting momentum because of the two reasons. One is that the manufacturing will slowly shift from a bulk manufacturing to an additive manufacturing like the 3D printing technology. Because in Europe and US, almost the therapies have been shifted from small molecule to this MABs as well as rDNA products. So they don't want to produce in large scale these small molecules. So they want to shift it to the 3D printing technologies. So if you see, this started slowly getting momentum around 2020, especially the development of the 3D technologies and the artificial intelligence. Now, almost we are in a good stage around 2024-25 that this technologies both together can solve our personalized medicine problem as well as decision making and everything. So I think the AI will surely take the next generation of these 3D printed medicines. So it does the task at a very superhuman speed and help us to make the decisions in the 3D printing setup. So already you know that artificial intelligence is already working and giving our suggestion in Facebooks, Twitters, even YouTube channels, and even Tesla already working with the driverless vehicle. Everything nowadays, the artificial intelligence will help us to understand the basics of that particular area. So I think this, if we properly apply into the 3D printing medicine, we can get a huge success with a short term. I think already it has been started doing in London, especially I told that the fabrics of introduced the AI in their printing also. So the machine learning already revolutionized our pharmaceutical 3D printing. In India, I think already we are this faculty development program will help out to develop a 3D printed personalized medicine and making this small scale smart manufacturing of the drugs. So let's give a brief idea how this AI will help us to work, especially in managing the 3D printing for the personalized medicine, right? The first thing is this machine learning. Currently, I cannot completely tell that the AI will help it, but actually the data is collected during the printing of machine by machine learning process only with a little bit intelligence, we can get this one. So this convergence of this machine learning, the currently the AI along with 3D printing will surely be make a personalized medicine with optimized manufacturing achieving the quality control standards which has been expected by the regulatory bodies. This will surely work. And the AI will help us surely in the developing the formulation until printing and getting the final product with a greater efficiency, treatment efficiency, without causing any contamination or cross contamination, as has been expected by the pharmaceutical manufacturers, that will be avoided and enhance the healthcare a patient centric. So the patient who is the sufferer can get the drug at an exact dose within the therapeutic window, having no side effects, with multiple dosage regimen and with greater compliance will surely shortly solved by this combination of the AI with the 3D printer. So there are two or three things the AI will help you in the printing of the drugs. One is the formulation development optimization. Already in pharmaceutics, if you see the current itself, we are started using this AI in this one formulation and development and optimization in large scale. The same thing is going to apply in our 3D printing also. So from the old one, it was with the trial and error method. Then the factorial design will come into play with a little bit machine learning language. We started getting reducing the number of batches and started optimizing the formulation and all. The same thing is also applicable of the 3D printing. The formulation and optimization for the printability of the drugs with greater accuracy can be achieved. With keeping the drugs identity, drug release parameter, drug excipient interactions, their combination, everything we can do it with this one. And the second part is the process parameters. That can also available in a real-time control because the 3D printer is a single machine, not like the conventional manufacturing, because it has very different stages. We have to do a weighing, then blending stage, then we have to go for the granulation. So all these stages has been reduced to a single 3D printer. That means the process parameter optimization will be very easy. So in the 3D printers, if you see, there is not that much process is needed. So it is only that the nozzle temperature, especially in the laser guided one or this one, we need a nozzle temperature, how much it should be there, the printing speed and the laser height. These are the certain factors. It's only going to affect the quality of the product. So that can be easily monitored and controlled by the machine learning with AI, right? So this will help to easily support us to find out the critical product attributes or critical quality attributes of that particular product and to solve all the issues. So currently this 3D printing technology is working with capsule filling as well as the tablet manufacturing and a transdermal patches like that. But slowly it will evolve in different dosage. But you have to remember one thing is that this 3D printing is only for the small molecule entities, not for the monoclonal antibodies or any biological products, right? So the final one, the smart manufacturing will surely achieve because we will keep the sensors in the 3D printer itself. What it will do is it collect the data in real time and the data will be learned by the machine and it tries to help out an optimum printing conditions that can be achieved in a very precise manner and maintaining the product quality. That means what are the issues we are going to see in future, especially the regulatory aspects, will be 3D printer will satisfy it and will help us to deliver the drugs of each individual patient needs in a perfect manner. So as I told you, I will share a screen. Already there is certain predictable tools is available. 1 minute. So the Fabrics AI. So I already told that the Fabrics is already working with this 3D printing technology. They also integrate the AI also. So they already started databases how it can be worked with. So these are the few examples. Okay. This is a software. Currently, they are in the basic stage only. Still, they are not developed in the predictive complete model. So if you go to this Fabrics AI, this one, so this will provide you a basic prediction that based on your excipients, it will provide the complete prediction how the release kinetics will be possible, especially with the parameters of the 3D printing. You see, these are certain extruders currently they are working on it to see the prediction, whether the prediction is actually working with the same stages of the things. That means same stages of the manufacturing. So that means the AI will help us to make the adjustment of your different excipients, how the prediction will be modified. Already they are working on, right? So I think this one surely will have a brief idea how the personalized medicine, 3D printing, and AI will work you out. Right? Okay. So finally, the major thing is that we have to develop the 3D printer, which gets all the knowledge through AI, and the drugs should be delivered on individual patient basis. And this everything should satisfy the regulatory of that particular country, especially the quality, safety, and efficacy parameters. So this AI will surely help us to enhance the quality control of this 3D printed pill with the good patient safety. So this three integration surely will achieve a clear patient specific drug with good quality, safety, and efficacy as well. So the 3D printer will during the research process will capture all the information through sensors or high resolution cameras. This will be studied by the machine through machine learning process, and the AI will once again gives the output in terms of prediction, in terms of modification of the manufacturing of the 3D printing to achieve the desired shape, size, quality parameters as per the pharmacopoeial standards and the release kinetics without affecting the contamination or cross contamination, which is the current basic regulation already in the good manufacturing practice or quality by design itself in the regulatory process. So everything is achieved with this one. So with this, I will shortly introduce with the AIs. I already working with some of the projects. Already I have my research publication one that I have built with AI, and also I have built a AI based writing platform called as ChatWrite AI, right? So I will just share this one as a final thing. So this ChatWrite AI will help you to get some notes or write articles in a better manner, right? It's an Gemini AI based building platform. So it can write articles with references, generate images, everything. Okay. So it's a simple Google sign in one. So I think as a faculty member, you will be finding difficult to write articles on different topics, yeah, review one. This will help you out. So what you have to do is simply put any topic on a basic one. You can select any type of referencing model. You can refine the topic. It will suggest you. So you see that the printer guide, you can create an outline with word count, diagrams, and all. It will write an article for you, and you are the final decision maker, right? It simply gives an outline of different articles, how the project, and it will help you for guiding the students on a particular newer topics, because we have certain resources like this will help you in teaching, especially in the newer topics like 3D printing, or especially in the quality by design on particular one. So if you see, it will write one, it will give the entire things. So it can generate tables, right? So if you add references, it will add references. So you will get references, it can generate charts of the projectile one. What you want to do is like that one. So it will work. It can be exported as Word, PDF, everything can save the work. I think this AI works a lot, especially building. You can add new things, everything is possible. So this is one of my product. Already I working for article generation. This will help it. Okay. Then plagiarism check, everything you can see with the iResearch publications in. So thank you very much for patiently listening almost 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's a huge time. If you have any questions, you can talk to me. So anybody have any questions?
Yes, sir. Just moments. Thank you very much, sir, for this enlightening session, sir.
Yes, madam. Thank you very much.
Participants, if have any question, they may post in the chat box, please.
Because currently two of my students already working with this 3D filament fused deposition technology, especially the 3D printing, how the process parameters is working. Everything is working. So if you see that I already told some of the person Atal 11 has caused how to avoid AI plagiarism. You see, the AI is only support us. We should not have to depend on the AI to write the articles, books, or anything. What we want to do is we want to get knowledge at a short time by using the AI, right? So initially, since after my completion, before even computer itself, I was used to write the projects on hand and submit it. Then during my M.Pharm, the computer has been introduced. There I have to type, it takes costly much. And slowly I've seen these technological innovations. So right through my life is that you have to use the technology only to get knowledge rather than dependability on the technology. That's why if you see that the AI in the drug manufacturing itself is that it has to gather data and it has to suggest us what are the process modification we can do it so that we can get the things in a right manner. Similarly, as a faculty, we want to write certain articles or we want to do some research or anything. The objective is that we use the AI, first get the outline, first get the content, then you rework, re-add it, and see the cross references. What are the things they have done it, and put it means you will get a better articles you can publish in anywhere. A Scopus journal, it doesn't mean it's an European one only. As such, Indians, you see, it is not bad. We have to every time we have to publish in Scopus. What the knowledge you have gathered, you have to publish anywhere. Even your blogs, you can write it. That slowly pick up by and added by people to that. Right. So with this context, anybody having any questions? So, so minimizing grammar and English already it is happening now. Nowadays, now even if you write in a Word document, if any mistake occurs, you doesn't manually changes. You right click it and you correct it. Already the Word is doing that AI grammar checking. Now it's our time. We have to go ahead. I'm thinking that my projection is that within a span of 10 years or 15 years, in India, you can see that each and every hospital will have a 3D printer of manufacturing of drugs. Because the old technology of large scale manufacturing, which we call as a subtractive manufacturing, it's not going to work. That's why already the Europeans from 2015 they have already started. We are just almost 10 years behind them in this technology. It's up to the academic field slowly take up these projects and grow in such a manner that started working in developing the 3D printing technology as well as the drug manufacturing using the 3D printing. Sure, sir. As you told, chartwrite.ai.in. This you can go, you can log in and you can use it. So first one article it's free. You can get an idea how it works. Then later on you can go to the other versions. So I will share my email. So if you have any doubts, you can send an mail to me also. Right? So this is my official email. So you can send it. So I will continuously go through it. I will respond you immediately.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a comprehensive and insightful talk, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
So now we move on to our second speaker, Dr. Dinesh Mishra, sir, a reputed academician and researcher in pharmaceutical technology. He'll address us on the topic 3D printing technology, a new milestone in the development of pharmaceuticals. This session will highlight how 3D printing is not only transforming medical devices, but also paving the way for innovative pharmaceutical formulations and drug delivery system. Let us warmly welcome Dr. Dinesh Mishra, sir. Now I request the technical team to please play the AV for the introduction of our esteemed speaker.
A warm welcome to the Faculty Development Program on Next-Gen Medical Devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing, sponsored by Aicte Training and Learning, Atal, FDP Academy. Dr. Dinesh Kumar Mishra is a distinguished academician and researcher currently serving as professor in the Department of Pharmacy at Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya, a central university in Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. With over 20 years of rich experience in teaching, research, and administration, Dr. Mishra has held prestigious positions including Principal, Head of Department, and NASE Coordinator at reputed institutions. His outstanding academic and research credentials place him among the top 2% scientists in the world. His research portfolio is truly remarkable, with 8 national patents, more than 110 publications in peer-reviewed international and national journals, 8 books, and 20 book chapters. His scholarly impact is reflected in a Google Scholar Citation Index of 5,590, H-Index of 40, and Scopus H-Index of 35. He has successfully guided 4 PhD scholars and 53 postgraduate projects and is currently mentoring several PhD and M.Pharm students. He has secured prestigious research grants from MPCST, UGC2BSR, and an MIMS, and his leadership extends to editorial responsibilities as a board member of reputed journals such as Current Pharmaceutical Design, Drug Delivery Letters, and Journal of Applied Pharmaceutical Science. He also serves as the editor of the ISRF newsletter. His contributions have been widely recognized through numerous awards, including the Outstanding Scientist Award 2022, Best Scientist Award 2022, Eminent Principal Award 2021, Pharma Recognition Award 2020, Professor G. P. Talwar Young Scientist Award 2020, and the INSA Visiting Scientist Fellowship 2019. He has also been listed among the 100 most impactful healthcare leaders globally and is a recipient of the SPEA Young Teacher Award 2019. He is a proud life member of several professional bodies including APTI, IPA, IPGA, ISCA, APP, SPER, and ISSRF. His exemplary career, spanning academics, research, and leadership, continues to inspire generations of pharmacy professionals and researchers across India and beyond. Sir, we are honored to welcome you as the eminent keynote speaker in AICTE's sponsored Atal FDP at Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Indore. We sincerely thank you for gracing the occasion and sharing your valuable insights on 3D printing technology, a new milestone in the development of pharmaceuticals and contributing to the enrichment of our participants. Your presence is deeply appreciated.
We once again welcome you, sir. Now I request you to please give your precious insights on the topic. Please, sir.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
So first of all, I would like to thank the organizing team and especially Dr. Sapna Malviya and Dr. Nitesh Jain for inviting me and giving me such a wonderful platform. See, whenever my biota was read by, now the responsibility was my shoulders because, I'm not that much, you can say that good researcher in the field of 3D printing, but as the responsibility has given by madam, so I'll try to, whatever I have experienced from this technology, since I am working from last 4 years on this 3D printing technology. So my aim is to give such overview of this technique. May I share the screen?
Yes, sir, please.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, thank you. So the title for this today's talk is 3D printing technology, a new milestone in the development of pharmaceuticals. So before moving ahead, I would like to tell you what is the ultimate aim of any therapy, right? So in the chat box, if you can write what is the ultimate goal of any therapy? Anyone can write? What is the ultimate goal of any therapy? Okay, so the ultimate goal of any therapy is to get maximum benefits, or you can say therapeutic benefits with minimum side effects. So I'll talk about these 4 sessions: the basics of 3D printing, 3D printing in pharmaceuticals, AI integration in 3D printing, a powerful synergy, and whatever work has been done in our lab, I'll share few things. Initially, we'll talk about basics of 3D printing. So why we are talking about 3D printing? It's a very novel concept that is different from 2D concept. You can see in this picture that is 2D, there is height and length, while in 3D shapes, you can measure the width also, the height, length, and width. Basically, this technique is also known as additive manufacturing or rapid prototyping. It's a digital manufacturing techniques that is going to create 3-dimensional objects, the layer upon layer. It is also known as successive layer technique that is going to use the variety of polymers, metals, and ceramics. Now, it has transformed the entire pharmaceutical industry by enabling personalized medicines and precise dosing and giving the innovative drug formulations. So if we compare with the conventional one, that is the traditional medicines, where we were having the one size fits all. So we'll talk about why this personalization is needed. If you have seen in traditional, you can say the therapy, everyone can get the same therapy. So we are saying the one size fits all. So here in this personalization, that is going to overcome one size fits all. That is traditional manufacturing that is not that much efficient for the diversified patient's need. And secondly, it is going to tailor the need of the individual patient. That is going to adjust the doses for the pediatric patients, for the geriatric patients, and it is going to personalize drug combination as well. And ultimately, it is going to enhance the therapeutic benefits by improving the treatment efficacy and safety. In this picture, I will tell you, if we are going to compare the subtractive and additive manufacturing, the subtractive, it is going to use the solid block or the solid material, where it is going to use the material for creating the object, and the waste is removed by the cutting, drilling, or milling. While when you see the additive manufacturing, here we are using the small material, that is excipients, and there is a small wastage. So it's a simple difference in the 2D and 3D. Now, how this technique came into the existence, if you see the history of 3D printing, it came into the 1945, and later on, the revolution took place in 1986, while the Charles Hull filed the patent for the stereolithography technique. And later on, how it introduced into the pharmacy in the 2015, the first US FDA product was approved. And here, few companies, they are still in market. If you see in US, that is Apricia. In China, that is TriStream. Now, what are the pillars of 3D printing in pharmacy? If you go for the precision and customization, complex geometries, on-demand manufacturing. If you see in traditional medicine, you cannot print as per your the requirement, the different designs, the complex design, different shapes also, different texture also, different colors also, and on-demand manufacturing. So if you compare the precise medicine, you can go for the personalization, you can go for the tailor dosing. That is, you can design the unique drug release as well. When you talk about complex geometries, intricate designs, the layer by layer build, and optimized delivery. And while you go for on-demand manufacturing, the agile production. Now, what do you mean by agile production? Agile means that is flexible as per the need, and it is going to reduce the lead times as well as it is going to minimize the cost. It is true that initially the cost is higher. Anyone can ask us if this technique is very costly. So let me tell you, the antah asti prarambh, koi bhi technique jo hai, it is, if initially it is coming, it will be costlier. But when it is translated or transformed into the mass, it is going to reduce the cost ultimately. Now, the current relevance and impact, again, I'm coming back, the advanced drug personalization, the optimized production and value, that is patient-centric solution also. Initially, we should know about the fundamental steps of 3D printing. I think from last 4 or 5 days, you might have heard about 3D printing, the integration of AI. But again, I'm repeating how this 3D printing takes place or how it is going to work. So initially, you have to design the 3D model using any computer-aided design software. Then that design, you have to export into the suitable format, usually STL format. Then it will be imported and converted the STL file into G-code format. And finally, you will give the printing command. I'll show you one video. So you will come to know how this technique works.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, you are not audible.
My video is audible. My video is there, madam.
Sir, video is not audible.
So I just wanted to show you what are the basic steps, right? Any question?
So the video was not audible.
Okay. The video wasn't
Yes.
audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just give me 1 minute, madam.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Now, is it audible?
No, sir. The video is not running, sir. Actually, the problem is that.
Okay, it is not running.
Yes, sir.
No, let me check again. Now I'm directly playing. Is it okay, madam?
No, sir. Still the video is not playing.
Okay, okay, fine, fine. So you're not able to see even?
Yes, sir. We are not able to even see the video.
I'm not knowing what is the problem because it is running properly here. Ankur sir, can you help me?
Sir, please share the video. Just close the slide, then just share the video. So first video will run. Again, you have to share the slide.
So I have to minimize the slide first.
Yes, sir. First close the stop screen share, then share the video. The third option in the share.
Okay. Because that video is important to see, you know.
Sir, it is in the advance. You can see the fifth point video file. In sharing option, the third one is advanced.
It's not working, Ankur sir.
Okay. Sir, can you share the link to me? I will share
Yes, yes.
on behalf of you.
Yes, I'm sharing.
Yeah. भैया जी पूजा क्यों
Yes, sir.
I have shared you the link.
Okay, sir. Okay, okay.
Have a nice day.
Now it is visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible.
Sir, should I start the volume also, or it will be okay?
Yeah, you can start the volume also.
Okay.
First, we need something to print. We need to create a 3D model on a computer. There are hundreds of websites where you can find and download 3D models and print them out straight away. Or you can design your own using 3D modeling software. There's loads of software to choose from, but they all use roughly the same method. You start with a basic shape, change the size, change the shape, add shapes together and take bits away. Then, when you're happy with your finished model, you're ready for stage 2. Once you have your 3D model, it's sent to 3D printing software that scans it and then slices it into sections to help the printer understand the shape and how to print it. We're now ready to print. But first, we need filament. Filament is the material that the models are printed from. You can print in any number of materials, from plastics, metal or ceramic, even chocolate. Our printer has 2 main moving parts, the print plate that moves up and down, and the print head that can move in any direction. The print head has a heating element, and when filament is fed into it, it heats it up so it melts. The print head then draws the outline of the first slice with the melted filament and fills it in. The plate moves down so the next slice can be printed. This continues until all the slices are printed and our model is complete.
Yes, sir, it is completed, sir.
Okay, my slide is visible now?
No, sir, you have to again share the slides.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. Now it is visible, sir.
Okay. So may I know from the audience, is there any question till now? Because these are the basic steps. Who is really interested to know about the 3D printing? There are 3 basic steps. Initially, you have to go for the designing of the 3D object. Then you go for the slicing. And finally, you go for the printing. Ankur sir, any question in chat box?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay. So I'm moving further. So initially, you have come to know the material that is usually used for the printing is known as filament. So there are 2 types of filament, biodegradable filaments and non-biodegradable filaments. You have seen they are using plastic, metals as well as ceramics also. So the plastic usually polymer, polylactic acid, polyvinyl alcohol, polyethylene glycol, and under non-biodegradable acetonitrile butadiene styrene, that is ABS, EVA, and many more materials. and then you are looking for a suitable technique that is going to use for the creation of the objects. So now we'll talk about the different methods of 3D printing. Basically, they are categorized into three categories. One is powder solidification. Second one is liquid solidification. And third one is extrusion-based system. So when you talk about the powder solidification, in this you go for the selective laser sintering, or known as SLS. Second one is drop-on solid deposition. Under the liquid solidification, drop-on-drop deposition and stereolithography. While in extrusion-based, that is the most popular method, that is FDM, fusion deposition modeling, and pressure-assisted microseries, that is PAM. Now, what is the principle of powder-based 3D printing? Here, you are going to use the powder material to create the solid objects. The concept is you are going to sprinkle directly the solid material to make the final product in the layered manner. As you have come to know, that is known as layer by layer, also successive layer. That is why it is known as additive manufacturing. And it is built by liquid binding of powdered material. The main benefit of this technique is high drug loading capacity and no support material is required. But the limitation of this technique is it forms uneven layer, inconsistent binding, and chances of agglomeration is there. In this SLS, for the fusion of the material, they are using the high energy beam, that is laser beam, or it is going to use the laser radiation to fuse the layered powder particles instead of using a liquid ink. Again, the benefit of this technique, high mechanical strength and no support material is required, and it is widely accepted. But again, the limitation is high energy laser beam causes the degradation of the drug. Second technique, that is liquid solidification, where you go for the drop and drop deposition and stereolithography. Mainly this 3D printing is used for the prototyping while you're going for design any devices or any suitable drug delivery systems. So the drop interposition produces the different layers of rapid prototyping. It is mainly used for the different polymers, ceramics, and biomaterials. That is very commonly used stereolithography, a laser-based 3D printing technique in which they use the UV laser. Here they use liquid resin. The liquid resin, mainly that is acrylic or epoxy-based resins, that is mainly used for the printing. Now we'll talk about the third technique, that is extrusion or nozzle-based 3D printing. It is used for two purposes: the semi-solid, where they are using pressure-assisted microsyringe, and for the solid, fused deposition modeling. Pressure-assisted, in this figure, you can see they're using the controlled air pressure that is used as mechanical force to extrude the biomaterial or hydrogel through a syringe. And the benefit of this technique, it is used for bioprinting, soft materials, and controlled deposition. But the limitation is it is limited to soft biomaterials and the speed is very slow. Fused deposition modeling, in which I have also worked on, it is going to melt and extrude thermoplastic filament through a heated nozzle, layer by layer, to build the structure. The benefit is it is cost effective, easy to use, and supports various thermoplastic. But the limitation is it is having lower resolution, visible layer lines, and requires support structures. Any question related to these techniques? No. As I have told that the 3D printing, the new technology, that is everywhere applicable. So here you can see the general application for the manufacturing purpose, for the prototyping. If you see even the different markets also, they are going to design their buildings and different architectures and construction based using the 3D printing material. It is also used for the education purpose as teaching aids, making different models as learning tools. The fashion and jewelry also, they are using the 3D printing technique, personalized accessories, footwear, and designer wear. Even food industry, you can see they're making chocolates. As I told you, it is used for the bioprinting. May I know anyone knows about the bioprinting? Any idea about bioprinting? From the audience, can anyone write what do you mean by bioprinting? As the name is indicating, bioprinting, that means it is used for printing the biological materials, either tissues or the organs. Instead of ink, they are using living cells and the combination of some active materials that is going to help to grow the tissue and cells. So clinical application, it is going to print medical implants, customized prosthetics, dental implants, orthopedic implants, and numerous surgical models can also be prepared using 3D printing technology. Nowadays, if you see the hearing aids and orthotics also, they are prepared using 3D printing technology. So till now, we were talking about the basic concepts of the 3D printing, different filaments, different methods. Now we'll enter into the 3D printing, basically how they are using in the pharmaceuticals field. Now, why 3D printing in pharma? So initially we started with personalized medicine. Why this word personalization? Because, you know, when we talk about the traditional method, the conventional method, everywhere you will see the same method, same devices, same system for every patient. But here you have the variety, you have the chances to customize as per the need of the patients. As per the requirement of the patient, you can design the dose, you can, vary the shape as well as the release for the each individual. Even you can go for, modify the drug release, the complex drug release in the manner of sustained, pulsatile, or even targeted drug delivery. It is used for the polypharmacy. What is polypharmacy? Where you are combining the numerous doses into the single devices. That is, example is polypill. So what is the advantage of the polypill? As instead of taking different medicine, the patient has to take single one. So it is going to ultimately improving the patient compliance. It can also be used for on-demand manufacturing. That means the tablets can be printed in the hospitals, pharmacy, or even remote areas. So you are not supposed to keep the stock and the wastage will be less. And it can also prepare the patient-friendly dosage form, like oral dispersible tablets, films, and innovative shapes. And as far as regulatory validation is concerned, in 2015, the first US FDA product was approved for the pharmaceuticals using 3D printing technology. And the FDA approved the first 3D printing drug, that is Spritam, in 2015. Again, this is the workflow, how we are going to use in pharmaceuticals. Initially, you have to create the design. So the first step will be the design creation. You have to develop the concept. And the concept that is coming from any idea. Initially, wherever we talk about any research, you must have a solid idea, because an idea simply can change your life. And you have to conceptualize that idea. So initially, you have to create the design using the suitable software, the suitable model. Then you have to prepare the suitable format. Then the layer will be designed and you can print into the desired form and shape and size. And you can personalize for the patient. Every time I'm talking about the personalization, that is the biggest advantage of this technique. And ultimately, it is going to improve the efficiency and it is fostering the market, because the production will be streamlined, rapid prototyping will be there, and you can monitor the quality control using the real-time processing. As I told you, it has entered into the biomedical sciences for customizing the prosthetics, making the implants, surgical planning, that means the earring devices, limbs. That already we have talked about. Now, let me tell you, dear faculty members, this is the first product that is prepared using 3D printing technology. Spritam, the molecule is levetiracetam, 250 mg tablets, that is oral dispersible tablet. That is the patented technology of the US company Apricia, that is known as zip dose technology. So that has paid after taking the US FDA approval, and it is the pioneering product in the 3D printing technology. So after the approval of this spritum, it has changed entire 3D printing technology, and the industry is running behind this technique. So it has opened the new therapeutic avenues for different products. It has accelerated the innovation, and it has also enhanced the patient experience by ultimately giving the rapid dissolution and absorption. And finally, they have got the regulatory validation also. In this slide, you can see here the Aprecia zip dose tablets, and it is compared with the ODC fast melting tablets. So Aprecia zip dose, it is taking only 4 seconds to dissolve the tablet. You can see in this slide. Dispersion taking place within 4 seconds. And the advantage of 3D printing tablet is it is using less excipients if you compare with the conventional technique. So it is going for the personalization by making customized drug doses, control release formulation. This spritum is used for the epilepsy because in epilepsy, you require the instant release of the drug. Here you can see some different size and shape of the tablets, microneedles, transdermal patch, and film also. So these are the variety of dosage form nowadays they're using for 3D printing technology. The tablets that is usually prepared using FDM, SLA, or SLS techniques. Capsules are there in the market. Multi-compartment tablets are there. Mouth dissolving tablets, implants, and subcutaneous devices also available. Earlier, we used to think that how we can design the transdermal patches or the film or even microneedles. These are such a teeny devices that is very difficult to customize or print. But nowadays, it is possible by variety of methods and filaments that are available to print these different dosage forms. You can see here the different types of tablets are there. You can make the compartments, you can make the layer, you can go for the different texture, you can go for different colors. Here some devices are there, intrauterine devices, implants. Now, as per the theme that we talk about, how the AI integration in 3D printing. So the AI integration that is entirely changed the 3D printed technology also, because everywhere now you can see the integration of AI and ML. So how AI is taking place in 3D printing. We are talking about the automation. When we are customizing the design of the formulation, so this AI technology that is going to automate the design of formulation, it is going to predict the dose. Even it can predict the release kinetics also, the behavior of the dosage form, how it is going to behave inside the body. It is going to optimize the printing parameters like temperature, what will be the speed, suitable speed, resolution, and it is going to predict the mechanical strength and drug release profiles. It enhances the quality control using image analysis and real-time monitoring. That is more important because when you talk about the conventional techniques or the ongoing technology where the human intervention is more, when the human intervention is there, the chances of errors are more. So with the AI and machine learning, the algorithm they are implanting, so they can go for the real-time monitoring and they can enhance the quality control. And it is minimizing the trial and error and ultimately accelerating the drug development. As we are saying that it is showing the powerful synergy. So how it is showing the synergistic foundation? Artificial intelligence with the additive manufacturing, it helps to take the right decision for the advanced manufacturing. As in formulation industry, they are using the quality by design expert softwares. But now they are integrating how to select the suitable excipients, how you can optimize the process, how you can go for the manufacturing and quality control. So AI is helping in process optimization. They are going for predictive modeling, even for the drug release outcomes. And they are going for ensuring the stringent quality control for the personalized products. Now, the pharmaceutical evolution has takes place with the advent of AI integration in 3D printing technology. They are enabling on-demand production and accelerating the development. As I told you, when we talk about the complex designing, so when you go for the complex designing, suppose if you have to make the multiple core tablets, you want to create the orifice, and the single tablet you want to give 2-3 doses. So you want to make the compartments. That is not feasible with the conventional technology or the traditional method, but now it is feasible. You can use the AI algorithms, generate and refine, integrate drug structures, enabling precise control over the form and function in 3D printing formulations. It is also helping for the predictive modeling. Predictive modeling, that means it can forecast how it is going to behave while you're going for the printing of the tablets, how it is going to behave, how the release will be favored, and what will be the ultimate kinetics. So it will increase the efficacy and ultimately improve the patient outcome. It is going to faster iteration cycles, automatic repeating design tasks, and significantly accelerate the development timeline. Because while you go for the development of suitable product, it takes years to come into the market. Here, some tools are there that are mainly preferred for 3D printing in pharmacy, machine learning, that is going to predict the drug and polymer compatibility, models drug release kinetics, optimize infill density, and printing parameters. So the infill density, when you prepare the tablets, it should be the autofill completely, 100%. And the benefit is faster formulation design, reduced trial and error. Another very commonly used tool, that is artificial neural networks, that is known as ANN. It forecasts tablet mechanical properties, hardness, porosity, disintegration, designs personalized polyfills, and it's going to ensure consistent quality and patient-specific dosing. Another module is convolutional neural network, CNN. It is going to apply into the image-based quality control, detect defects, the defects that is crack or misalignment. It is going to monitor the morphology also. The benefit is non-destructive real-time quality assurance. As I told you, the technique is there, but if you're going to use it properly, it can transform completely. Another module is reinforcement learning, adaptive control of extrusion speed and temperature, self-optimizing 3D printing systems. It maintains product quality during printing. Another model or design, generative design, automated design of scaffolds. Now, anyone can tell me the scaffolds? What are scaffolds? They are the bioactive materials that is providing the mechanical support, and that is acting as a framework, right? Digital twins, that is virtual replica of printing process, simulates parameter changes before real printing. It reduces material wastage. It improves scalability. And last one is natural language processing. It extracts drug excipient compatibility data from the literature and patents. So it is going to accelerate knowledge-driven formulation development. If I'm going to tell you, initially when we used to prepare the formulation, we used to prepare by trial and error method. Suppose we are making tablets, so we used to make different 4 or 5 batches, and we are varying the concentration of one, and remaining we are keeping constant. Now the advancement took place, and we use the quality by design. But for the screening as well as for the optimization, now the AI and machine learning is there. So where you can predict, even you can predict the trend also. You can predict you can forecast the behavior of the dosage form, and ultimately while it is going inside the biological system, it is going to mimic the system. So the use of the 3D printing, what we are talking about, we try to mimic, or we give the same environment as it is there in the inside the body. So we prepare the models that can help to simulate the release kinetics. Again, the aim of this AI technology that is going to predictive modeling and quality control. It's going to revolutionize the pharma manufacturing. So these are the key applications, the predictive models, real-time monitoring, and ultimately it is going to identify the defects and minimize the defects. Here the different applications are there where the 3D printing and AI is coming together. This is very interesting. Let me tell you, as I told you, the bioprinting, that is the most interesting application of the 3D printing. Even you can create the different tissues and organs for the predicting of the behavior of the drug inside the biological system. That is used for disease modeling, for the regenerative medicine also, and diagnostic purpose also. So it is going to enhance the accuracy and the functionality, and it is going to use for the transformative medical applications. When you go for the drug testing, you require the accurate models, the precision, what we talk about in 3D printing. For the disease modeling, you need advanced pathological insights, and it is going to paving the way for future medicine. Let me tell you, it is the upcoming area. When we talk about the challenges, initially the challenges are there. But you know, when challenges are there, equal opportunities are also there. You have seen the very difficult time that is pandemic Corona. And out of this Corona period that came the online, the webinars, if you see, nobody even think of 100 of people are sitting together and they're discussing something. So it is, the challenge was there, but now it was an opportunity also. The same time, we are talking about the 3D printing. It is in the initial stage, but as you are all are teachers, so we are trying to explore the new concepts. So here I'm just trying to give you the insights or the overview of this technique. And at last, we'll also take few questions how we can use this technology into our research. Here in the slide, you can see the future pills are there, where you can design the tiny dots, microneedles, patches, and the films. So you can go for the adaptive release, the pulsatile release, the targeted release, and the dosing will be as per the need of the patients. Whatever we will require, we can target the tissue, the organ, and the kinetics we can optimize as per our need. So where AI can play the major role, their algorithm can predict the behavior and they can refine the release profiles also. And ultimately, they go for the personalization, the tailoring of the medicines as per the need of the mass that is transforming from the lab to the large-scale manufacturing. Polypills or the fixed dose combination. Here in this slide, you can see in the single device, there are the multiple compartments where you can place the different doses in the single device or the single doses form. So where the AI can help, it is helpful for the predicting the behavior, what kind of release will be required, how you can incorporate the single device and multiple drugs in the single system. Here, the polylactic acid, I told you this is biodegradable material, polyvinyl alcohol, that is also biodegradable material. So these two materials, what I have also worked upon, these are the material that you can use safely for the patients. You have seen in traditional methods, especially syrups for the pediatric patients, that comes into different flavors because the pediatric patient, they are not going to ready to take the medicine if it is bitter in taste. So you can go for the banana flavor, strawberry flavor. But here, for the pediatric patients, you can design your different shapes, the star shape, the pyramid shapes, in the different colors also, different texture, different flavors. That is feasible with the help of 3D printing technology. Implants, you all know. Initially, when we used to use implants, you need surgery and you're going to place it. And sometimes it is going to cause the toxicity at the site of application. But as it is made up of biodegradable material, it is already customized. So that can be precisely controlled and it can design as per the need of the patients. So it is another application. The control release implants. As I told you, the immediate release tablet or the instant release tablet, that is sputum. So after that, the numerous industries are working on this area, and they're going to modify the release, and they're making immediate release or the modified release tablets, multi-compartment and bilayer tablets, gastroretentive floating tablets. It is very commonly used concept, gastroretentive floating tablets. So even you can design the 3D printing tablet that is going to float in the gastric environment. This is the transdermal. Ankur sir, I'm going to share 2 links to show you to the audience. Ankur sir, I've shared another link just to show the audience how tablet formulation takes place using 3D printing techniques.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. 1 second.
So I'm stop sharing, right?
Yes, sir. Sir, is the video has no sound, sir?
Ankur sir, no sound is required.
Okay, okay, okay. Is it visible, sir?
It is visible, sir.
Okay, okay.
इसमें क्लास में लूटिंग लगाई तुम.
Yes, sir. It is completed.
Okay. Let me tell you, those who are looking very first time, it is very interesting to see the 3D printing, how this tablet is going to print. Initial, when I used first time, that we designed some tablets, and we were very surprised to know how these tablets are printed. And let me tell you, as Ganesh Utsav is taking place nowadays, so initially we printed Ganesh Murti first time using 3D printing technology. My slides are visible, Ankur sir?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay. Those who are working in the area of pharmaceutics, even you can use these microneedles using 3D printing technology for vaccine delivery, for antifungal delivery, for even hormone therapy. You can design and you can customize. The derma is an area where these devices are very well accepted. They are going for the skincare through advanced manufacturing by making different devices. And how they are going to make these designs, they see the patient's CT image and they create the objects using the suitable software. I will tell you a few free softwares also, how you can go for the designing and slicing. Another prominent area that is pulmonary, where you can go for 3D printing technology use. Intrauterine devices, where the implant used to come. Nowadays, you can make the T-shaped IUDs and vaginal rings using 3D printing technology. And same as in pharmaceuticals, we talk about the release. So here you can control the release, you can predict the release behavior and the kinetics. So it is completely paradigm shift in pharmaceuticals and transitioning towards the tailored drug products. Why we talk about the tailoring? Because as per the need of the patients, you can go for the customization. It is the outcome of AI and 3D printing that is going to revolutionize the discovery and production. It is going to forging new healthcare synergies. It is pioneering for the personalized medicine. The main advantage of the 3D printing is you don't need to go for the large production. You can go for the small batch production. No need to go for the storage of the products. The need is you must have printer, the suitable design, and as per the need of the patient, you can give the print on demand as per the precise dosing for the specific patients. And the invent of the technology that is AI and ML, you can go for the accelerating the formulation speeds. Now let me tell you a few case studies. The research that is ongoing using AI and 3D printing. The first one is AI-assisted pill design, where the Max Planck and UC Davis, they are making some tablets, and they have used the AI technique and going for reducing the experimentation cycle. You can see in this graph the number of cycles that used to take place initially, and while you have applied the AI, it has reduced the cycles of the experimentation. The design space, I think most of the faculty members will be aware, when we go for the optimization using QBD, you need design space where you can play safely, where you can design effectively. So the generative AI, it generates the novel drug formulations, expanding the different pharmaceutical design possibly, and helping into the compound discoveries. It is giving the chances of flexibility, making different combinations with the help of forecasting, by helping the predictive models, and ultimately going for the automation. As the automation or the automated optimization with the minimum human intervention and suitable predictive models. It is a wonderful discovery, the oncology capsules. Even in oncology, the Institute Gustave Rossi, Europe, they are making the capsules for the treatment of cancer. And the cancer, as you know, then the cells are growing and you require the frequent dosing. You need to have minimization of the toxicity. So they are addressing the critical need of the patients, customizing as per the need of the patients, and minimizing the toxicity, and ultimately improving the efficacy. Some emerging players in the area of 3D printing, Fabrics, the well-known company that is working in this area. They are making printlet, that is known as 3D printed tablets. They are also taking the approval for the conducting the clinical trials. Tristech, it's a Chinese company that has taken the IND approvals for making 3D printed formulations, and they're going to advance into the area of clinical trials, and it has changed the shape of pharmaceutical industries. Some other noteworthy contribution, making personalized implants, multi-active tablets, microneedle patches. The microneedle nowadays, it is well-known area where you can have the silicone-like patches, the microarray. These are the painless delivery we are applying on the skin. So that is going for the transdermal applications. So these are prepared using the 3D printing technology, and some wearable technology integration also taking place. The accessories like a smartwatch you can prepare. Now, what we have learned till date, that means the integration of the AI and the 3D printing, it is feasible. It has certain benefits. It needs collaborations. And it has opened the new avenues. So the pharma person cannot alone work in this area. It requires the collaboration of the pharmaceutical person, engineers, and the technicians or the experts who knows the AI. So these complete integration of these three can change the world, the upcoming area of the clinical medicines. Now, I'm going to tell you what work we have carried out in our research lab, the small experience what we have learned from our lab. We prepared 3D printed gastroretentive floating tablets. As I told you earlier, it is very common area, gastroretentive floating tablets. So the material we use, metronidazole, we use PVA filament, and we created the design using AutoCAD software, and it's sliced by Cura Ultimaker. And we prepared the body and cap with 0.5 mm orifice at the bottom for floating. You can see here we prepared 3 different batches where the orifice we changed 0.5, 1 mm, 2 mm. Thickness was kept constant, diameter was kept constant, infill density was kept constant. Here you can see clearly the different orifice, 0.5, 1 mm, 2 mm. The common study usually takes place to check the compatibility between excipients and API. So here the filament was taken and drug was taken, and we took DSC thermogram, and floating was checked. So you can see here the total floating time, the thickness were kept constant, the orifice was only varied. 0.5 orifice, it has floated for more than 200 minutes, while F3 it was near about 150 minutes. So it is clearly visible while you are going to change the release behavior. Bigger the orifice in the bottom of the body, the sooner its layer will start dissolving. It is the release behavior. We also studied the kinetics. We checked its release pattern using the dye test. It should not release the contents from the tablets. So for the dye we used methylene blue. The dye release from the bottom orifice started at 10 to 20 minutes, and no drug leakage was observed from the cap and body of the tablet. Here at last, we use the release kinetics. Another study, we prepared Synarizine tablets, again using FDM printer. PVA filament was used, again designed using AutoCAD and sliced by Cura Ultimaker. Here you can see the hollow tablet is there. The drug was added, and you can see in C, the final tablet was prepared. Again, the release behavior was studied. In another study, we prepared anti-emetic tablets. The drug was ondansetron hydrochloride, the same filament PBA, designed using AutoCAD software, sliced by Curality maker. Here you can see the different compartments. F1, F2, F3, F4. In F1 and F3, you can see the different compartments. We have changed, and with the help of these changes, we predicted the release behavior. We also carried out the same study to check how this tablet is going to release its content. DSC study, drug release studies. So what was the purpose of these studies? Because DSC everyone is carrying out, release is carrying out. The ultimate aim was to optimize the formulation, whether the dose we can vary, we can change the release pattern, whether it is going to improve the kinetics. So what we experienced that yes, you can change the behavior of the release pattern. You can prepare as per the requirement. And what is the future? As I told you, this is the future, bioprinting of the tissues and organs. So how we can print the tissues and organs? For that, you need the living cells and advanced biomaterials, and you can prepare the construct, and then you're going to place into the suitable culture media. So it is going to help to the grow. And then again, this tissue or organs you can use for the study of either for drug testing or for the disease models, even for the regenerative medicines also. The need is to take polymer, the drug resin, suitable technique, and required dosage forms. So here the bioprinting plus smart drug delivery. So why I am talking about the smart drug delivery? What do you mean by smart drug delivery? Everybody wants to be smart. Now it not only requires hard work, it requires smart work. So the same is expected from the dosage forms. It should behave like a smart dosage form. That means as per the environment, maybe pH sensitive, maybe triggered release, maybe magnetic release. For that, you require the guideline. The till date we are working in this area. So we are facing numerous challenges. The first one is the regulatory hurdles. Still, the guidelines are not very much clear. It requires the quality control parameters and how you're going to set the scale for the large scale manufacturing. And still the materials are very limited. As we are talking about the filaments, very few filaments are there that are nowadays used for the printing. And initially the cost is higher, that are already I have mentioned. So these are the challenges that we need to overcome. But still we have opportunity to work upon this technique. The same times, the ensuring personalized medicines are accessible and affordable for all. It is going to bridging the gap between innovation and availability. But at the same time, the security also matters. The data is huge. So you have to safeguard the data. And the most important thing is, as even our regulatory body, that is Pharmacy Council of India, has changed the syllabus, they have incorporated the AI and ML in all the subjects. So all the pharmacists and even we faculty members must adapt to a new paradigm of the care, and we have to learn these techniques. You can see how this market is changing, the future market. If you see the global 3D printing pharmaceutical market in 2023 was valued 98.5 million US dollar. Now it is expected to grow up to $374.58 million by 2038. So you can see the CAGR is 16%. The Asia Pacific region, China and India, it is going to expected that they are going more faster at the faster rate. And China is projected to have a CAGR of 12.7 from 25 to 2035. Industry and market trends, on-demand manufacturing and hospital and pharmacy, it is going to increase the demand and it is going to minimize the cost. You see the market growth and investment 2023 to 2034. These are the resins, the filaments, the involvement you see in 2023 and the upcoming future 2034. These are the top pharma companies. If you see worldwide working in different countries. If you talk about the China, the Tristec is there. In UK, Fabrics is there. Germany, Dahes is there. Netherlands, TNO. And USA, Apricia, as I told you, Ziptos, the first FDA approved product. And in India, Sun Pharma, Dr. Reddy's. You can see the trend. If you compare from 2000 to 2025, initially only 3 papers were available on this technique. But now if you see, in 2024, it was 979. Until the 2025 is running, till the 270 papers are there and many more are coming. So you can see the trends, how it is changing. So this is the concluding remark. While you're going to diagnose the disease and monitoring, the electronic prescription will be given, the suitable print lead will be designed, and it is going to prepare the print lead, and the personalization will be takes place, and the cycle again it is going to repeat. Few publications from our side related to 3D printing. For the same, we also received the patent also. And lastly, thank you very much for patient listening. And I'm sorry for this technical glitch. I hope you won't mind it. And now it is open for the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that thought-provoking session. Thank you so much. It was indeed very informative, sir.
Thank you, madam. So,
I request the participants to please post their questions and queries in the chat box. Sir, we have got some questions. May I ask you the questions, sir?
yes, madam.
Okay. In the Indian context, can locally available raw materials or low-cost alternatives make 3D printing more economical for small setups or colleges?
Definitely it is going to change. But the thing is, the material that are available, you need to validate. As initially we received the gift samples or the drug samples from the pharmaceutical industry, so that you receive the certificates. But now if you see on Amazon and even Flipkart, numerous filaments are available. But when we purchased initially, they were of very low grade. So you need to check. And that's why there is a need to work upon the filaments. Very few filaments are available nowadays in the market. That's why this concept is still in very infancy stage.
Thank you, sir. The next question is, sir, what will be the cost effectiveness of 3D printed pharmaceutical products compared to conventional ones?
See, if you talk about the cost, initially it is going to be higher. The thing is, very few materials are available, even the few printers are available. But yes, of course, as I told you, you need the engineers. When we customize the 3D printer, even when I was working in Indore, so we customized the one printer and we ordered to the engineer to customize as per our need. So that are available at low cost. But initially it is going to cost higher. But when the requirement will come and you're going to prepare for the larger scale or the mass production, the cost will be lesser because the minimum use of excipients, only you require the API and the filament.
Okay, so thank you so much. Next question is how the optimum hardness of the tablet is maintained, though it is not compressed.
Yes. See, the thing is, as you go for, designing, the earlier part I told you, the initial is the designing of the objects. So you have the choice while you're going to design. That means what you require as per the design, because it is going to prepare into successive layers. You have seen in the initially in the video, you create the objects, then it is going to slice and the addition of the layer by layer. So, and when you're using the material and even the quality by design software you use for the optimization. Similarly, if you place what is your requirement, the thickness, the diameter, so you can control using the software design.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Any other questions? Okay. Sir, I have questions regarding evaluation parameters of these formulated 3D materials. Any special evaluation test other than conventional tests?
Yes, when you receive the filaments, so first we have to authenticate or validate the filaments that is going to work, and then the suitable dosage form that you have designed, all the parameters that you carried out for the conventional dosage form, you need to carry it out. And the added advantage is that you can use for the biological system also. That means the in vivo study also you can carry it out using these 3D printed dosage forms.
Thank you, sir. Next question is, what are the basic equipments and software we need to start prepare 3D printed tablets at a small scale in labs? And what is the difference in the evaluation parameters that you have already covered, sir?
Okay.
Yes.
So you need only one computer. And let me tell you, few free softwares are available. So if you want, then I can tell you the design softwares that is freely available: Tinkercad, Blender, FreeCAD, OpenSCAD, SketchUp Free. These are the design software. And when you go for the slicing, the Ultimaker Cura, that is very commonly used. Orca Slicer, Prusa Slicer, Super Slicer, there are many more that are freely available software. So you need only two things: initial one computer, designing software, slicing software, and a small lab scale printer. These three basic requirements you need for setting the 3D printing technology in your lab.
Thank you so much, sir. So I think that's all for the questions, sir, from the participants. Thank you once again, sir, for such a insightful session, and it was indeed really informative and knowledgeable. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam.
So our third and final academic session of this FDP will be delivered by Dr. Surya Prakash Gautam, sir, a visionary academic leader and researcher. He'll be speaking on the theme Artificial Intelligence Empowered 3D 4D Printing Medical 4.0 Technology for Healthcare, Features, Capabilities, Opportunities, and Global Perspectives. This talk will provide us with a futuristic view of how AI-enabled 3D and 4D printing technologies are shaping the next era of healthcare innovation worldwide. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Surya Prakash Gautam, sir. To do the honor, I request the technical team to please play the introductory AV of sir.
A warm welcome to the Faculty Development Program on Next-Gen Medical Devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing, sponsored by Aicte Training and Learning, Atal, FDP Academy. Dr. Surya Prakash Gautam is an eminent academician and researcher in the field of pharmaceutical sciences with a specialization in pharmaceutics and novel drug delivery systems. With an illustrious career spanning over 18 years in academics and research, he has made significant contributions to cutting-edge areas such as nanotechnology-based drug delivery, artificial intelligence applications in pharmaceutics, dendrimer synthesis and characterization, and surface modification of nanomaterials. He has an impressive publication record with around 170 research and review articles in reputed journals, along with 12 books and 22 book chapters to his credit. His dedication to academic mentorship is evident from his guidance to 34M pharmacy candidates and 6 PhD scholars. He also serves as an approved PhD guide at Aicte Punjab Technical University, Jalandhar. He holds lifetime memberships in several professional bodies including SPER, IANN, ASR, and IAASSE, and is actively associated with ACS, ISART, INC, and NPHA. He is also a division member of the ACS Division of Polymer Chemistry and a member of the National Pharmaceutical Association, North Carolina. His academic brilliance was recognized early when he secured university rank 1 in M Pharmacy and qualified the GATE examination with a 97.14 percentile. He is also a recipient of prestigious fellowships from the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, in 2001 and 2005. Currently, Sir is advancing research in dendrimer-based drug delivery systems, surface-modified dendrimers, and polyphenol-loaded nanocarriers for cancer targeting. His remarkable journey reflects his unwavering dedication to innovation and excellence in pharmaceutical sciences, making him a true leader and inspiration in the field of drug delivery research. Sir, we are honored to welcome you as the eminent keynote speaker in AICTE-sponsored Atal FDP at Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Indore. We sincerely thank you for gracing the occasion and sharing your valuable insights on artificial intelligence-empowered 3D, 4D printing medical 4.0 technologies for healthcare, features, capabilities, opportunities and global perspectives, and contributing to the enrichment of our participants. Your presence is deeply appreciated.
Thank you. Sir, I request you to please provide your valuable insights on this topic. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for nice introduction. So technical team kindly confirm about the audio and visuals. Are they clear?
Yes, sir, they are clear.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. On this Atal FDP hosted by Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Indore, Madhya Pradesh, on the theme of next generation's medical devices, a fusion of artificial intelligence and 3D printing. I truly grateful to the Professor Sapna Malviya, convener of Atal FDP, for providing me this wonderful online platform to interact, to share my thoughts with you all. Since it's the last day, I congratulate Dr. Sapna Malviya, convener of Atal FDP, Dr. Anamika Singh, co-convener of Atal FDP, and their core team, Dr. Nitesh Singh, Dr. Ankur Joshi, that how they have organized this whole FDP in a very systematic, a very streamlined manner. So I will deliver a talk on artificial intelligence, empowered 3D, 4D, 5D printing, medical 4.0 technologies for healthcare, future capabilities, opportunities, and global perspectives. After a COVID outbreak or during COVID outbreak, I, along with all these peoples, we have witnessed that whole world was heading towards the lockdown. But something that was getting unlocked, it was a digital world. Artificial intelligence in this era of digital world is a part and parcel of our life. If I will say that unlocking your phone with face recognition, some personal accommodations on the Netflix, use of say Alexa, Siri, and Google Next Word predictions, all these examples, it think us that artificial is all around us. Artificial intelligence have impacted almost all the industries, but major contribution to healthcare. Integration of artificial intelligence with some other techniques have laid down the foundation of the medical 4.0 technologies. Medical 4.0 technologies is an integration of advanced tool and techniques like artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, Internet of Medical Things, 3D printing, and some we'll say augmented and virtual realities. Ultimately, to create a smart, proactive healthcare ecosystem. Our healthcare ecosystems have shifted from, say, reactive to proactive healthcare system. Our healthcare systems is now achieving all the objectives of, say, it's a predictive, it's a preventive, it's a personalized, it's a participatory. By forecasting the disease, we can predict the disease by understanding or forecasting that symptoms or disease progress. By having a proactive approach, we can prevent that disease at earliest also. Using 3D printing or personalized medications or personalized, say, 3D printed organs, it's more personalized. With the concept of hospital and home, some wearable technologies, we'll call it as a participatory. So it means with these advanced techniques, our medical 4.0 technologies, they are heading the healthcare to the next level. With couple of examples, we will start our presentation so that you will have an impression that how globally as well as in our India, medical 4.0 technologies are contributing in our life. First, SSI mantra. This one is a robotic system that is developed in Atal Incubation Center. First, telesurgery was done by Dr. Sudhir Srivastava. Surgeon was in Delhi and he had done the surgery with a patient who was in Jaipur, 26 km far, and first interstate surgery was done. One more example I would like to cite, that SSI mantra, this is, say, developed by Atal Incubation Center, and it's kind of first robotic systems approved by regulatory bodies worldwide. Even in Indore, we have Dr. Mohit Bhandari, who have done this telesurgery by being in France and patient in Indore in Mohit Bariatric and Robotic Center, some 8,500 kilometers far from this particular place. So with these examples, one can understand that not globally, but our India, even Indore, that is doing wonders in terms of telesurgeries by our system, that is a SSI Mantra 3 robotic system. One more example, India have launched recently, some month ago, one more AI tool that is called as Amrut Swasth Bharat. No needles, no pain, just a face scan. India launched its first AI-powered blood test. Just look at the camera and it's like simple. That thing makes us to think that without needles, how we can perform the blood test. So this AI tool is again made in India, backed by artificial intelligence, developed by the Quick Vitals, a startup in Hyderabad, and first practice in Nilofer Hospital, Hyderabad, for this particular testing. And some parameters like, say, blood pressures, say, sugar content, say, oxygen levels, saturation levels, and some stress levels. So, a number of reports they can be generated within 60 seconds. So, with these examples, that will give you an impression that how medical 4.0 technologies, along with artificial intelligence, is changing the scenario of healthcare, not globally, but in our country also. So, content for the today's presentation, what we are going to cover. I believe that after 12 sessions of scientific and knowledge pack sessions, our audience is now also an expert and updated with the concepts. So this presentation will brief A to Z, right from starting with the introductions till regulatory prospects and the future aspects, so that they will have the glimpse of almost all the journey A to Z. So we'll talk about medical 4.0 technologies. Then we'll have a brief history about artificial intelligence, 3D, 4D, and 5D printing and bioprinting techniques, their synergistic impact. We shall have some success stories like telesurgery or the cyber surgeries. 3D printing, its revolution from imaginations to creation. 4D printing beyond static, now 4D printing is a dynamic design. 3D, 4D, 5D, and even the 6D concepts. We will understand them about their simulation to solution. Then bioprinting, then little bit about the regulatory landscape. At last, we will understand the current situation, possibilities and predictions, and some success stories or real-time stories of artificial intelligence and 3D printing. Having a glimpse of history of artificial intelligence, John McCarthy is credited with the terminologies that father of artificial intelligence. In Dartmouth famous conference, he have given one questions that can robots think, or he has laid down this particular terminology of artificial intelligence. Ada Lovelace, along with one more lady scientist, Fifi Lee, she is given the credit of mother of intelligence by providing the foundational concepts in the computer science. Artificial intelligence have 80 years of theory, say around 40 years of practicals, and I will say 20 years of innovation. First, in around 2000 or 1997, when Deep Blue robotic systems had defeated the Gary Kasparov on the chessboard. So AlphaGo, they have done that particular victory, and that made us to think that artificial intelligence have gone up to the level of, say, machine learning or the deep learning. From health point of view, in around 2015 or 2017, large language models, some advanced AI techniques, they have started contributing in healthcare system also. If I will say in 2015, only 6 AI-based products were regulatory approved, but in 2023, the number was 221. So means in 5 or 6 years, the number have changed from 6 to 21 for the AI-powered or AI-authorized medical devices. Believe me that ChatGPT, this large language models is mainly deployed in academic institutions. It's just a baby step. In clinical trials, it is almost replaced by Chat RWD. Since ChatGPT, even its latest version of ChatGPT 4 and 5, they were not able to provide the relevant and evidence-based data for the clinicians for the medical questions. Chat RWD, that is a real-world data. It works on the concept of LLM along with the retrieval augmented generations and have the success rate of around 94% of questions they are being given with the answer of Chat RWD. It means that what we are using ChatGPT just this a baby step in the world of artificial intelligence. Agentic AI that have with the discovery of the neural networks with the concurrent networks or the convolutional neural networks, agentic AI they have started with the reasoning and thinking also to the next level of artificial intelligence. Over 102,000 FDA authorized devices are in market in around 2025. In 3D, 4D, or 5D printing, bioprinting techniques, Charles Hulk is given the credit of father of 3D printing. In the era of that prototyping system, he has developed the stereolithography and paved the way for the bioprinting. So I believe he has started with the 3D printing. It was just in competition designs, but the main credit, I will say that Charles Hull have paved the way for the bioprinting, which has revolutionized the healthcare system. Around say 2003 and 2004, Bolden, the scientist who have laid down the concept of bioprinting, the concept of bioink. Around 2009 and 10, Organova, a San Diego-based startup of the anoid side industry, they have produced first functional skin grafts. With historical movement progress, some 4D printing technologies in 2016, 5D printing technologies, or even now at times 5D printing technologies along with 6D printing technologies, concepts are being practiced and the products of these particular printing technologies are in market. 2020 or 2025, now all those products, they were getting into the markets, so there was no clear-cut regulatory framework also. So major emphasis was done by all the governments for the development of regulatory frameworks so that safe and effective 3D printed medical devices will hit the market. From financial point of view, or if you'll say CAGR, around 12% of growth is forecasted for this particular technologies. So in nutshell, artificial intelligence, 3D printings, they are showing the unprecedented growth and the future is very bright. If I will discuss about the medical devices market, then one can understand that statistics are self-explanatory, that CAGR of around 15 to 16% globally, as well as on artificial and machine learning medical devices, they are showing around a market of CAGR around 26%. Elon Musk, we know that the persons who have started some 20 years back with SpaceX, like electric cars, the third project where he have heavily invested, that's artificial intelligence. So you can forecast the future of artificial intelligence. Before starting, so all these technologies, we are discussing the integration of artificial intelligence, Internet of Medical Things, 5G connectivity, 3D printings, and whole medical fraternities. They have experimented some surgeries with the concept of telesurgeries or the cyber surgeries. Some examples that will make you to think that these surgeries or these telesurgeries, they are the blend of artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, 5G connectivities, and all those parts. Some examples I will cite. So first, transatlantic laparoscopic surgeries that was done on a patient who was in France and the surgeon was in New York using GEOS robotic system. Now, this was end-to-end surgeries, means patient at one place, far from some place, and surgeon at other place. China in 2019, by using the 5G techniques, they have done the multi-center collaborations to perform the surgeries. In Indore, I already have cited on examples that transcontinental bariatric surgeries by the Dr. Mohit Bhandari. Being in France, and patient in Indore at a spanning distance of 8,500 kilometers, they have done this telesurgeries. SSI Mantra Robotic Systems is an indigenously developed system and first of its kind of robotic systems approved by the FDA worldwide. We have done some surgeries like interstate cardiac surgeries or even say some cancer surgeries also. So it means that all these techniques, when integrated together, they can do wonders. These techniques, they have improved precisions, reduced blood loss, small incisions, short recovery times, and cost effectives. With this slide, I want to portray that artificial intelligence is almost impacting all the systems, including healthcare, or the various branches of healthcare. You can see the industries, startups, how artificial intelligence is contributed in almost all the fields, either it's data analyticals, either it's disease management, it's telehealth, it's chatbot, it's wearable devices, or it's mental health. Till time, we have heard that this drug was discovered by some scientist. Now, we have one example, that's a Robert Eve. He has done, say, for example, the pharmaceutical repurposing, and a triclosan ingredients that is present in toothpaste that proved to be the anti-malarial compounds against the drug resistance malaria. And the credit goes for this drug repurposing or the pharmaceutical profiling goes to Dr. Robert Eve. So we can think that how artificial intelligence is contributing in healthcare. Next, moving on to the 3D, 4D, 5D or 6D printing, bioprinting technologies from simulations to solutions. Already yesterday I was attending expert talk of Dr. Nilesh Malviya. How wonderfully he has explained these techniques. So we'll have a glimpse of 3D, 4D, 5D, 6D bioprinting techniques, how they are differentiated in course of time. 3D bioprinting, it was working on the concept of layer by layer addition of polymeric materials and creating some biomaterials, and it works on the concept of, say, 3D spatial dimension, three dimensions concept. Designs, we will retrieve one detail from the geometry from that particular materials which you want to manufacture using CT scan or some techniques. We will prepare the digital file, put it into the printer, and then we will get an ultimate product that have three-dimensional arrangements, and it's a static design. Advancing to next this 4D bioprinting that added one more dimension, the dimension of time. It means we have introduced the concept of this bioink or the stimuli responsive to smart materials that will change their shape with effect to the external or internal stimuli. So this kind of printed biomaterials, they are dynamic in nature rather than a static. 5D bioprintings, this is a modification of 3D bioprinting, if I will say. Two more axes, rotational axis, they are added apart from 3 axes. One powder bed or printing head, and they are helpful to make stronger and the curved objects, which cannot be achieved by 3D or 4D printing technologies. Currently, 6D bioprinting is in concepts also. Product is not in the market, but this is in concepts also. That is integrating the 4D and 5D printing concepts. So it should be dynamic as well as the strength and curved object capabilities of 5D printing also. Just we can have the glimpse of 3D or 4D printing techniques, that how they are emerging. In 3D printing, we have only 3 dimensionals. In, say, 4D printing, we have added 1 more dimension of time. In 5D, we have added 2 more degrees of freedoms with the 5D dimensions. And then we are combining the 4D and 5D, then we can have the concept of 6D printing also. 3D printing revolutions from imaginations to creation. 3D printing techniques that works upon the principle that it works around 4 or 5 steps. First, we will start with the idea. We will decide that what we want to print. Then this printing part, we will have some 3D modeling. 3D modeling will be done by using some softwares. The geometry or the data is retrieved from either, say, CT scan, MRI, or these softwares, they will convert this data into STL file, STL or the object file. This STL and object file, then that is the shifted towards the 3D printers. 3D printers will work by the slicing mechanism, that layer by layer addition of the polymeric materials, and layer by layer addition of these polymeric materials, ultimately they will prepare the exact replica of the materials what we want to manufacture by controlling various parameters of 3D printer using softwares of artificial intelligence. Then printing is done. After printing, they may be subjected for post printing to complete that particular part. Now, all these steps that will utilize the 3D printers one, along with the artificial intelligence, in order to monitor the various aspects like quality controls and the defects detections using some software techniques that we'll understand later on. AV Biosciences and next big innovation labs and high media laboratories, they are the key players for the 3D bioprinting. During COVID-19, if you will say from the medical devices, then PPE kit, face mask, they were produced using the 3D printing technologies. Next, we have 4D printing. As we have discussed, that 3D printing was a static design, that we have gathered some data. We have put that data or converted the data into some file. That file will be given the command to that 3D printers, and printer will print that particular object. Advancement to this technique, further the time realm was also added. What it means? It means that some materials, these dynamic materials, they will have the effect of temperature, pH, humidity, and n number of factors, external stimuli or the internal stimuli. Smart responsive materials were utilized, which have the capabilities of self-repair, self-assemblies, and self-arrangements. So the external stimuli, either they are electro-responsive, either they are thermo-responsive. So all those scaffolds, tissue scaffolds, they have revolutionized the industry, or they have paved the way for organoid printing. It means that organs or the various organs, they are sensitive to the stimuli. The limitation of 3D printing that was resolved using these polymeric materials, using these responsive smart materials, and that laid down the foundation of the medical devices in terms of tissue scaffolds or other regenerative medicines. Global 4D printing market of various key players like Organova and 3D systems of US, they are doing wonders, or even collaborating with the Indian systems or the Indian companies to set up their centers or to collaborate in a partnership for the manufacturing of the organs or these particular tissue scaffolds using 4D printing technology. Now, it's okay that we have learned that there is a concept of 3D printing, there's a concept of 4D printing, there's a concept of 5D printings, and they are able to print some either implants, either some custom pharmaceuticals, or some bioprintings or tissue engineerings. But artificial intelligence is supporting these techniques at each and every steps, starting with the image analysis. Either we need some optimizations, we need quality controls, some predictive models, or all those personalized plans. Artificial intelligence is supporting these particular 3D printing techniques. So we'll say that 3D printing or 4D printing techniques, along with artificial intelligence or the integration of artificial intelligence, they are manufacturing the organoids or scaffolds utilized which have revolutionized the medical industry. The concept of bioprinting, bio means biological system. We had one concept even in the regulatory point of view also, that regulatory framework that is done for the mass manufacturing. We are discussing about some personalized treatments also. Initially, the concept of one size fits all approach that falls now short if you want to have personalized organs also. Bioprinting techniques like concept of bioinks, by using that particular biomaterials, we are able to manufacture either the skin grafts, either prosthetics, or some say even nowadays some capillary networks as well as some organoids of the liver and kidney and lungs also. Now, success stories for the part. Boston University, they have derived stem cells of heart and first bioprinted the mini pump. With this step, we can expect in future that we will have the complete heart as a bioprinted, and that will solve the problems of organ shortage also. Away Biosciences, with the name of MitoPlus, it's the first medical grade 3D printer capable of printing living human tissues. That is a Indian medical grade 3D printer. Next big innovation labs that focuses upon the corneal tissues and the organ on chip. This 3D bioprinting industries, startups, or even in academic institutions also, they have started manufacturing even at a lower level also. Indian Institute of Science, with the company selling the famous company, they inaugurated its first 3D bioprinting center of excellence. So with these some examples or the real-time examples, I would like to convey that bioprinting or printing of these particular organs, either skin, industries, small startups, or even Indian Institute of Science, they have started working on that particular parts, and in some next decades, the organ shortage that will that bioprinting they will fully replace. How this bioprinting process is done? It involves 3 steps: pre-printing, bioprinting, and post-printing. Pre-printing, the same, we will have the design or computer edit modeling what you want to print, for example heart, yeah, whatever the tissues you want to print, or the skin. And then we will have examples of bioink, which bioink we want to take. We'll cite some examples later on that what kind of bioinks we will use during the bioprinting. Techniques like extrusion-based bioprinting, either inkjet bioprinters, laser-assisted bioprinters, stereolithographies, and volumetric bioprintings. Techniques, they are used in order to create these bioprinters, or they are fully functional bioprinters. Post-bioprinting or the maturations, sometimes called as a bioreactors. Once these bioprinters, they are being fabricated, sometimes some post modifications are being required in order to have cross-linking. It can be the cell adhesions, it can be the cell differentiations, or it can be, say, cell growth also, in order to have the ultimate that particular bioprinted materials as a functional scaffold. These are some techniques which are used as the imaging techniques in order to generate that particular 3D model. Bioink materials, depending upon the requirements, if you want to bioprint a skin, then we will use some, say, decellularized materials, it will be keratinocytes, or different bioink depending upon the requirements we may use, along with some hydrogel, some alginates. They are being used in order to provide the responsive or biomaterials that can show the features of 4D printing also. Now, there were some problems already we have discussed in some lectures, that now we are able to bioprint the organs also. Late in 2010 or 11, we have some history of examples of that Organova has synthesized skin also. We have some examples that we have bioprinted, say, some organs, we have bioprinted these materials, say, for example, of heart also. Now, or urinary bladder is considered as the first example for the bioprinting some 15-20 years back. But there were some problems that all these biological organs or materials, they require the blood and they require the nutrition and blood supply. Now, fabrication of blood vessels or supply, it was a very crucial or tedious job. With newer techniques that is called as a bio-ice printing or ice templating. This technique, how it works, this technique, it creates a realistic and intricate 3D structures like blood vessels networks, which is difficult to produce by any of the techniques like other techniques. How it works, we have this particular examples, that what we will do, that eye structure, we will generate some eye structure or these particular ice resin structures. After the water that is freezed at that ice structures, we will remove the water and that and it will leave behind the precise network of whites. How it will work? We will print ice templates first on the solid surface. The biomaterials, especially gelatin, was tried first. That is used as a biomaterials that will cast it over there. Then we will remove that ice by the sublimation, and it will leave the channels. It will leave some channels. These channels, they looks like the network of capillaries. So using this concept in real world also, artificial blood vessels and personalized tissue models, they were being synthesized using the fusion of ice printing along with the already bioprinted organ materials. So it means that science is progressing not with 3D, 4D, 5D artificial intelligence, but all these techniques were still not possible to create the blood vessels so that we can supply these organs with some blood, or we can supply the organs with the nutrients for the survival. So before that, why we are discussing 20 years back, it was a urinary bladders. So there are some lesser requirement of vascularizations also. In case of heart, we need these blood vessels, and now it's possible that by ice printing will facilitate the printing of organs using blood capillaries also. Next examples I would like to cite. We people hear about tablets. We have the examples of tablets. Now, artificial intelligence or 3D printing have entered into the pharmaceutical industries for the printing of tablets also. And soon we will call them as a printlet because they are printed, they are not tablets. So printlet, what it means, the using of 3D printers concepts, they will regulate the personalized dosage forms, means they will regulate the drug combinations and the release profiles also. How release profiles? We have studied from the long back that 3D printing is layer by layer addition of the addition technologies. So when there is a layer by layer addition of technologies, that will be helpful for the release profile also. From previous presentation, one participant asked the questions that how the hardness will be maintained for the tablets. If I will say with initial discovery, the first example, that is spiratum. This one is the drug candidate or the first FDA approved tablet in 2015 by the Apricia Pharmaceuticals. It works on the concept of zip dose technology. What it means? Zip dose technology in case of epileptic patients, when there is a difficult to swallow the tablets, with a little bit of water that will dissolve, or it's like a advanced version of mouth dissolving tablets by virtue of its porosity. So in case of mouth dissolving tablets, we need a lesser hardness, and this porosity is further augmented the requirements that it should dissolve fast. And Spiratum, this FDA approved product using zip dose technologies, will disintegrate in mouth at a faster rates. And now in clinical trials, a number of drug tablets are over there. So one can expect that various optimizations in pharmaceutics are regarding drug combinations, like release profiles, they can be possible by using 3D printers and the concept of artificial intelligence also. So we'll shift from tablets to the printlet. One more part I would like to share, that in case of pupils which are blind, so having the tablets, it's difficult, or we need assistant to give them the tablets in the morning, evening, and whatever the schedule we have been prescribed with the doctor. Using 3D printing, we can have the feature of braille pattern on the visually impaired individuals. So it will be very easy to have the feature of braille pattern on the braille patterns for the visually impaired individuals on the printlets, and those patients, they need not to have the assistance of anybody to have the tablets. They can read the tablets by the braille patterns, that is the 3D printlets. Other drugs like rheumatoid arthritis, they are in investigation IND, and some n number of more drug candidates, they have cleared some IND and some are in clinical trials. So we can expect in upcoming times tablets and this printlet market will be equally important market. Now, we have discussed that 3D printers. Printer is a machine, and machine that involves the n number of computational tasks also. So, AI-powered software in 3D printings, they are also called as medical devices. AISAMD. Regulatory bodies have approved AI-powered software as a AISAMD of the medical devices. It means they are considered as a medical devices also. Reason being, they are playing the equally important role, same for regulating the 3D printing processes. Various healthcares, some examples I have cited for the softwares, like for medical imaging, we have, say, AI Red Companion. Luminatic Core is a software that is used to identify the diabetic retinopathy. It have exceeded the accuracy and the precisions well beyond the doctors. This software is an imaging software that can accurately or precisely identify the retinopathies using the image analysis only. In radiological departments, detection of cancer by analyzing this image have already excelled or already surpassed the experience of doctors also. So it means that for medical imaging purpose, these software techniques or the imaging techniques, they are doing wonders. Apple Watch for the wearable technologies. Radiology and pathologies, we have Analytics is a popular software, Da Vinci Surgical System or Zimmer Biomet. This Da Vinci Surgical System, along with, I have mentioned earlier, that is a SSI3 Mantra, indigenously developed robotic system that is providing the surgical assistance also, as well as in the telesurgery also. Clinical outflow, we are using this Suki, formerly was called as a Robin AI. Patient facing, like healthcare technology like the Ada Health or iCures, they are engaged in the patient facing of the engagements. FDA have approved this artificial or machine learning devices that regulates the software as a medical devices, SAMD. You can have glimpse of some medical devices, 20 medical device companies, which are contributing in industry for the for providing these particular the facilities of softwares. Here is some examples of AI powered softwares in 3D printing and medical devices. So already you have understand that 3D printing is some printer or machine where we will provide it with some STL file, and whatever the command is given, it will start printing that particular material. Since it's a machine, it needs regulation. So right from starting, that how image will be provided, then we have some software like Messy AI, Lumi AI is one more part. Style to have some softwares which will convert text to 3D image or image to 3D part. Real-time monitorings. During the manufacturing, n number of steps are over there. These steps or these software systems, they need some regulations. They need some regulation for their optimum working. Some softwares like Print Nanny. Print Nanny, this software that identifies the defects and takes the decisions to rectify these particular defects during the process of printing also. Some other instruments like Print Watch, AI synchronizations, Graven from Meta, DeepCube. So all these softwares like AutoCAD, Auto OECD, it provides optimizations. So it means during the process, right from starting, all the steps we have studied, whether it needs the imaging, whether it needs real-time monitoring during Print Nanny, optimization using Autodesk, some management or maintenance using the, say, Print Watch, or Graven or some software design like NVIDIA, all these techniques or all these softwares, they are contributing at each and every step so that ultimate product of 3D printers that should be safe and effective. So we can say either the validation, either the optimization, either detecting some defects or rectifying these particular defects. We have these softwares at each point of times which are making our 3D printings process error-free. One examples of now this 3D bioprinted skin graft. In 3D printing process, or the advanced version of 3D printing process, bioprinters, the special part is that the bioink, what we are using. Bioinks means we are using for bioprinting of skin, we will use the bioink as some constituent cells, stem cells, activator factors, the multi-biomaterials. Advancement in this skin graft, we have in situ bioprinting. What it means? It means that the ink will be directly deposited on the wound and there is no need of in vitro culturing. We will put ink directly on the wound and using like ultrasound, like laser, we will do the 3D printing on that particular wound also. So this next step to the bioprinting, we have already using this in situ bioprinting. Some bioprinted techniques like rootkit that have got the FDA approval for the diabetic foot ulcer treatment. Australia-based company Lego that is currently running the clinical trials. One success story that I would like to share with you, that in University of Queensland last week, after a project of 6 years, they have developed the functional skin containing all the blood capillaries, hair follicles, multiple tissues, immune cells, pigment, nerves, and natural blood supply. It means they have almost mimicked all these cells or all these skin exactly in the University of Queensland. Wearable and remote monitoring and transforming patient care. Since these sensor and wearable technologies, some smart patches, they have shifted the healthcare from clinic to the continuous of the real world monitoring. Patients which are unable to move, or we can have the remote patient monitoring using wearable techniques. All these variables, they will provide the informations like ECG, like glucose monitorings, or all this data to the on the cloud computers, and then accordingly they may be suggested the treatments. Diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinsonism, or schizophrenia, the neurophysiological changes in terms of their voice, speech, or some sleep patterns, they can be identified well before that particular problems. So we can say that these wearable technologies, they will shift this particular part as a proactive approach. And if schizophrenia, they can be identified earlier, then wearable technologies, they will act as a biomarkers part. Hospital at home concept. Now time, patients, they are remotely from the hospitals for some of the disease, and they have laid down the concept of, they have given the foundation of concept of hospitals at home also. This one is a market forecast for the wearable technologies, that how fast or unprecedented growth they are showing for the sensors or wearable devices. CGR of 27% is marked for this particular industry. These wearable or sensor devices, either say smartwatch, glucose meters, Apple Watch, or some rings, they will provide us some informations, and that informations can be utilized for the proactive health treatments along with some apps also. Here are some examples of smartwatch like Apple's that is say, that may track your heart rate or some electrical signals, the electrocardiograms, and that may give us an idea about the atrial fibrillations some 3 or 4 years before the actual problems comes for that exaggerates. So using some Aura rings, either some patches, Whoop strap is very popular in athletes. That gives us an idea about the fitness. Or all these techniques or these wearable techniques, they are shifting or the healthcare to the next level. We have discussed these wearable techniques along with sensors. Sensors, not only this wearable part, but sensors in supply chain. That how fridge the temperature is fluctuating, where we have stored our blood components or some biologicals, and the data of the sensors that will also provide us an idea about the how that hospital storage is being done using the sensor devices. Telehealth or healthcare beyond boundaries. Telehealth, it means that all those healthcare system with that artificial intelligence, interconnected medical things, robotics, wearable technologies, cloud computing, we are able to monitor the patient at home, and the concept of hospitals at home, that has been the foundational part of telehealth also. Health experts or during COVID-19, it was difficult for the people to step out their home. The concept of Google Glass, the concept of telehealth, the concept of online virtual assistants that have made our society the importance of telehealth, and our medical facilities, they are available to the peoples which are at remote places. Next, we have one more part of brain-computer interface. Brain-computer interface, what it means, we have heard the name of one technology that is called the Neuralink. Neuralink is FDA approved for the clinical trial in 2023. The startup or industry set up by Elon Musk, that is dependent upon the concept of brain-computer interface, mean mind to machine communication. I'll cite one examples of Stephen Hawking also, that how this brain-computer interface is now a time utilized in healthcare industry also. Technique or how it works, it will acquire the signals. It can be invasive or non-invasive. These signals, the extraction is done by artificial intelligence, machine learning, or the deep learning concepts. They are segregated. Then translation is being done, and that command converted into some command, and the command will get back like a device output. In near future, one can expect that thoughts can be uploaded and downloaded using this Neuralink, and this technique is helpful, that will show some applications for the neurological disorders, or the or healthcare diagnosis or rehabilitations in neurological problems. Layer 7 cortical interface that received FDA clearance in April 2025, that it will measure and simulate the cortical brain activities. FDA approval Neuralink in 2023 for the clinical trials, and it's an implantable device for testing of the signal of the brain-computer interface. digital health platforms are unifying and say medical devices, or we'll say digital health, or we'll say medical devices have the are all software based. We will say that there are two sides of coins, that medical devices without artificial intelligence or softwares, they are incomplete. All these devices, either they are integrating the patient data at one place, some administrative skills, decisions, or all those key stakeholders, either surgeons, patient, artificial intelligence, they have given the birth of new concept that is called as the digital hospitals. It means by integrating all these techniques, we have lent it to the new concept that is the digital hospitals and or hospitals at home programs. Recently, China has stunned the world with the concept of artificial hospitals. This hospital is with the name of Agent Hospitals, have 42 AI doctors fully controlled by the robotic system and have the capability to solve or treat 3,000 patients in a single day, which is beyond the capacity of the human systems. So if you will Google more about the first digital hospitals, it's practical, it's working in the hospitals, then that make us to think that how the digital hospital of the world is changing. Now, artificial intelligence, doctors, then questions comes to our mind, that doctors, are they able to treat the people or diagnose the people or take the decisions? Yes. When they were subjected for US medical licensing examinations, then accuracy of 93.06% was done by these robotic systems in order to take the decisions depending upon the symptoms. So it means beyond the doctors. So that are laid on the concept of digital part. Robotic systems have majorly contributed to the orthopedics or surgical care. Companies like Stryker or Zimmer Biomet, they are preparing the orthopedics or the prosthetics which are personalized. Operational various parameters like improved precisions, bone cutting, implant alignments, they are being all done using these techniques and the robotic assistance. So rather than explaining it as a robotic surgeries, but we'll say robotic software systems, they are assisting the robotic surgeries like anything before. Concept of digital twins. Now, there was one problem that in clinical trials, or if you want to test the device, we need, say, preclinical or clinical data studies. Now, these 3D printed or bioprinted materials, since we claim that they are functional scaffolds, then they may be considered, or they are considered as a replica of the original scaffolds and hence can be used for the medical testing of the devices or drug candidates. Before performing the actual surgery, doctors may be provided with this artificial heart, artificial liver, artificial organs, so that they will be much trained to carry out the experiments. So it means these digital twins, they are the twins, means they are the replicable part of original organs, and they will be much helpful for the medical device testing as well as for the surgical training new doctors, so that they may perform the complex experiment with ease. So we'll brief some applications. Already during 12 sessions, all experts have explained the different applications, so we will summarize it fast. So some customized tablet and capsules being manufactured, transdermal patch with some control rate, microneedles with localized delivery, wound healing or the wound dressings using some customized techniques or the incorporation of some medications, wearable devices like medical training models or disposable medical equipments like swabs, surgical tools and the surgical instruments, especially during COVID-19, like PPE kit and mask, they were also 3D printed at that particular point of time. Tissue engineering and regenerative medicines, already we have discussed that scaffold, which are being synthesized using that particular 3D bioprintings, they are almost digital twins of original biomaterials. These biodegradable polymeric materials, they are being utilized, either biomaterials like hydrogels, like alginates, like gelatins, they are being used in order to have the exact copy of original materials. Blood vessel and heart patch. In bio-ice printing techniques, we have given one examples that blood vessels were manufactured by the bio-ice printings, and initially synthesized organoids or the bioprints, they were given the next level or using the artificial blood vessels so that they can the complete replica of the original organs also. Skin grafts, in order to perform the in situ skin grafting, and with the examples of University of Queensland, they have synthesized skin grafts having almost all the components like our real skin part. Orthopedics and cranial implants. Whenever we are discussing about artificial intelligence, major components or major contributions, that is orthopedics and prosthetics or the implants. Some examples I have cited like PEK cranial implants. They are FDA approved in 2024. Stabler cups, which have some porous surface in order to promote the bone integrations. Earlier, the surfaces were in 3D printing was not porous, and this they are again in for the FDA clearance. Spinal implants. In 2015, spinal implants they are being approved by the FDA. So, major contribution of 3D printings, if I will say from whole spectrum, then it's majorly for the prosthetics and orthopedics segment. Now, ultimately, all these techniques in say 2 decades, they have grown like anything. Artificial intelligence assisted or empowered medical devices, they were only 6 in number in 2015 worldwide. In 2021, it's 2 to 1. And around, we are saying that 1,000 around products, they are in some or other stage of FDA approval. Now, there was no regulatory framework. Even countries like FDA, there's a regulatory bodies like FDA, Indian regulatory bodies, Japanese and Chinese, they came on the platforms that there should be some regulatory framework so that whatever the medical devices they come into the markets, they should be safe and effective. So some major problems like quality control, regulatory compliances, material selections, intellectual property rights, and cost. These are some basic problems still we are facing and overcoming. From regulatory landscape, since this is a newer field, day by day newer softwares are being getting into the pictures. Day by day technologies are changing from 3D, 4D, 5D printings. Some new advanced technologies are being added like bio-ice printing, some printlets. So there is a need of some regulatory frameworks, especially for the bioprinted tissues. Now, in order to mitigate this particular potential risk, national and international regulatory bodies, they have developed or they have started initiative to control this fast-moving, continuously evolving innovations. One word we have heard about that in case of FDA, 510K clearance, say de novo classification of pre-market approvals. So one idea you can have from this slide that 924 products, they have got 510K clearance, 22 de novo classifications, and most rigorous regulatory track, that is a pre-market approval, it's only for the 4. So what it means? It means still medical devices number is huge, but the major segment is 510K clearance, very small segment for de novo classifications, and very small, just a fraction with the pre-market approval, which are rigorous track for the regulatory approvals. So in upcoming parts, we'll have a brief about how different segments they have got FDA approvals, or different companies worldwide which are involved in this particular segments. So around 723, radiological department is the top. It means almost all the software or the technologies, artificial intelligence or machine learning FDA approved technologies, they are mainly in radiology or the cardiovascular systems. Some other are given in this particular chart. GE Healthcare or Siemens Healthineers or Philips, they are the top industries or the key players involved in the manufacturing of artificial intelligence based medical devices. Now let's have a glimpse of FDA regulation process. It works upon the total product life cycle approach. It means right from starting and till the product is market, and even after the post-market part, all those segments, they are being tracked. So classification is given in 3 parts. They have classified all the AI-based software, AI-based devices in 3 segments, 1, 2, and 3, depending upon their risk, low risk, moderate, or high risk. Now, class 2 categories, these class 2 categories, mainly they undergo the 510K pre-market notifications. They have only to provide this particular part that this new device is substantially equal to the one that is already available in the market. So this is for the almost safe to moderate or safe devices. So that can be opted for that particular devices. And almost recently, that almost all the medical devices, they are going for this approval, this notification part. De novo classification is for the moderate risk, and then pre-market approvals, which are high risk medical devices, class 3 devices, implants. They have to undergo the more rigorous approval process, even the comprehensive clinical data to demonstrate safety and efficacy, but the number is very less. Some technical guidance that is given, some draft guidelines are being given by the FDA from time to time. Point of care manufacturing, what it means that some devices, they are printed in healthcare facilities, in hospitals also. So they are also given kind of approvals, that is a point of care manufacturing. Now, moving to the Indian context, not in globe, but Indian innovation and startups, they are also, we have given one example of in the initial very first type, that the SSI3 mantra. This robotic software is the only software approved worldwide for the surgery or the telesurgeries. That is indigenous products, the Indian-based product. So Central Drug Standard Control Organization that regulates AI-enabled medical devices. Some modification was done in 2021 in order to align with the global standards. And this softwares or artificial intelligence software as a medical devices, they are also covered in medical device regulations. They will categorize the whole medical devices in 4 segments: A, B, C, and D. Glucose monitors, small, they are in low risk. ECG recorders, they are categorized in low to moderate risk. Diabetics retinopathy detectors device, moderate high risk. And then stents and implants, they are as a high risk regulatory devices. Now, all these devices, they have to undergo the licensing procedures. Sugam is a software. Sugam is the portal, sorry, for the CDSCO, where the registration process is there and all those steps for the licensing. Apart from that, ISO 13485, this is a globally recognized quality management systems that is again used. This approval of ISO 13485 is essential or critical to sell our medical devices in the European Union and Canada. So that is again one regulatory part for the, if you are manufacturing some devices and they are supposed to be sold in European Union and Canada, then we need ISO 13485 approvals also, certification also. Now, apart from some other countries, US FDA already studied, some European unions, they have their classification of class 1 to class 3. Class 1 to class 3, they have class 1, class 2A, class 2B, and class 3. These are 4 classifications for the European Union. Now, they need certifications for high risk devices. So it means that European unions that regulates the manufacturing using the medical device regulations or general data protection regulations that is required in case of the European Union. Same ISO 13485, that is again the major prerequisite for the medical devices to be sold in European Union or Canada. China has some more strict rules with this regulatory bodies like National Medical Product Administration that have more strict scrutiny, as well as the clinical trials within China are often mandatory for the approvals. They need the clinical trials within the China for the approvals, and whatever data that should be stored in the servers of China. So there is a little bit more scrutiny or the more rigorous approval process in China. Japan, they have the pre-market certifications for these particular techniques using, and this all those laws, they are governed by Japan's Pharmaceutical and Medical Device Agency. All these medical devices, they are regulated by 2 or 3 different organizations, like we'll say FDA, Center for Biological Evaluation and Research, Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, Center for say Device and Radiological Health, Office of Combination Products. The integration of all these centers, or they are drafting, updating the regulations or the guidelines in order to have the better regulatory frameworks for the medical devices, so that which are the medical devices they came into the markets, they should have effective and safe. With these slides, you can have that how the startups are there for the in artificial intelligence. Either it's the image and diagnostic, the major players, either it's predictive analytic and risk scorings, hospital decision support, remote monitoring, drug discovery, genomics, clinical trials, nutrition, mental health, and virtual assistants. All these startups, they are flourishing like anything with the help of artificial intelligence and medical devices. You can have the glimpse of some more startups in India and globally. By one or another way, they are working on the principle of artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, some cloud computing, augmented realities, or the virtual reality concepts, in order to transform the healthcare universities and to move this industry to the next level, the medical 4.0 technologies. One more thing, With this artificial intelligence, India has started manufacturing 3D printed or artificial intelligence based healthcare devices also. And soon they have laid the foundation of manufacturing 4.0 revolutions in Indian context also. At last, some artificial intelligence. What are the possibilities and predictions? So we have discussed in the very first slide that artificial intelligence and all these techniques which we are discussing, they have the history of around 80 years of theory, some 40 years of experimentations or the experimental investigations, and 20 years of innovation. In some 1980 was discovery of 3D printings. In around 2000 and 2000, the earlier 2001 and 2005, we have started with some 3D printing bioprinters also. Then how we are expecting this landscape in next upcoming years in 2030, 40, 50 or around 270, 20175. So it's expected that currently we are in 2025 and we have shared that how the different applications or different techniques has been evaluated in this small history of 2 decades. In 2030, we are expecting that the medical devices will be more personalized and advanced manufacturing will be there. Means India, along with the world, that will have the foundation of manufacturing 4.0. And further, it will support the medical industry 4.0, healthcare 4.0, or medical 4.0 revolution. In 2030, we are expecting that 4D printing smart devices will be there and bioprinting will be enhanced. Organoids or digital twins or the replicas of organoids, they will be normal things, and that will replace the problems of say organ donors also. In America, around 6,000 people they are dying due to the shortage of organs, but this technology will be helpful to replace the organs. I got one question on part that we are discussing that they will replace the organs, but there was one more part. Since they are manufactured in lab, so nothing can beat the human intelligence. So what is the life cycle? How much time these organs will survive in our body? Since they are biodegradable, since we are using the bioink. So the answer was that depending upon some part, but it's around 5 to 10 years. Again, but anyhow, if people are dying with shortage, then we can say that in 2030, organ shortage will be almost nullified, and that will be taken up by the 4D printed smart devices. In 4040, that will be adaptive, integrated, and regenerative devices that will start bioprinting in situ 4D printing. In situ means within that particular body. Like in case of wound or in situ skin graft, we have studied that we will print the grafts on the wound using the bioink assisted by the laser techniques or the ultrasound techniques. In 2050, functional organs and the intelligent nano device, it's expected that functional organ printing will be reality in 2050. There will be not any shelf life of these particular bioprinted materials as in 2030. Brain-computer interface, as earlier the Stephen Hawking was working on the particular part, and Neuralink, the project of Elon Musk, that is upon that thoughts can be uploaded and thoughts can be downloaded. Using the concept of Neuralinks, certain neurological problems or neurological problems, they might be solved. 2075. It's expected that full biological integration and auto enormous healthcare system will be over there. Self-healing implants will come into the picture, and it will be more personalized and regenerative therapies. So with this part, it's expected that the future of artificial intelligence, 3D, 4D, 5D printing medical devices, they will be more responsible, personalized, and the manufacturing that will be done with unprecedented speed and precision. Now a time, manufacturing devices are manufactured with one size fits all model that will shift to the precision medicines, enabling faster prototyping, enhanced customization, and dynamic responsiveness. Now, with this thought, I will share one lines of Sundar Pichai, that one question, that whether these robots will replace us or they will replace the doctors. Then answer is that artificial intelligence is a fundamental rewiring of technologies. It's an accelerator that will enhance the human potential and productivity, not a replacement of human workers. It's not a replacement, rather than it will supplement the human work, or it will change the medical technology or the healthcare systems like anything before in the history of mankind. Now, we have discussed n number of concepts, that how artificial intelligence, machine learnings, and they have changed the world, or they are changing the worlds, and how these technologies works. Some examples I have cited. All those technologies, they are in clinical trials, or they have gone 510 FDA approvals. So all those techniques, they are almost FDA approved, or almost on the completion of FDA, and within this year or upcoming years, either they are in market or some will be in the market. First examples, that is AI-powered artificial pancreas, and it could turn the lifelong diabetes into a manageable memory. With these regenerative medicines, tissue engineering, scaffolds, bioprintings, in Korea, they have done this particular part, and it's almost on the completions. Scientists in Australia, in Dr. Fraser's lab, they have grown fully functional human skin in University of Queensland that contains blood vessels, that contains melanocytes, which contains nervous systems, and it was almost very the replica of the human skins. Scientists, they are learning to print the living organs, a discovery that could erase the transplant waiting list forever. 3D printed organs. Initially, there was a problems of network or the blood nutrient supply. Using bio-ice printing or 3D organ printings, it's now feasible. Next, we have a kidney that will be wear on the waist, and it could free millions of patients from endless hospital dialysis sessions. Means no more dialysis at home. So people with this technologies, the dialysis may be done at home. In China, last month they have got some FDA approvals. That was the discovery of some lab-grown lungs also. Sorry, in America. So this lab-grown lungs, still they are in clinical trials or pipelines. In near futures, we can expect they will one day the donor shortage, and they will save the lives of millions of people. Heart, it can be nowadays, whatever the reported is, we have manufactured only heart sacks or the liver sacks, but not a complete heart. So this beating heart built outside the body may end up the global transplant shortage forever. At last, China, they have stunned the world by launching its first agent hospitals, that is a fully powered, AI-powered hospitals, contains say AI doctors, nursing assistants, and the doctors already have discussed that 93.606% accuracy, and they have passed the medical licensing examinations of US. And the way they are treating the patients means one day this only 14 to 40 robotic systems can treat the 300 patients. So it will be a kind of revolutionary in the field of human mankind. So thank you for your patience listening. And with the last, that all these technologies, they will assist and supplement us to have our medical industry or the healthcare industry to the next level. They are not to replace, but to assist us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a knowledgeable session. I request the participants to post their queries in the chat box if they have. In case any participant has any query, they may ask in the chat box. Sir, so we don't have any queries from the participants end. Okay, sir, we got a question. So software that you mentioned are free? The participant has asked.
Okay, so since these softwares, they are regulating the highly sophisticated techniques like 3D, 4D or 5D printing. So these softwares, they will assist the 3D printing or 4D printing techniques. Some software techniques which are helpful for the wearable technologies, which are providing the surgical assistance, or some softwares which are used in healthcare apps. If you will say, some healthcare apps, they have some softwares like other healthcares, we have Babylons, or these as softwares, they are free of cost, or they are used for the monitoring of health. So we'll say, if we will have clear-cut answer, then we will say in case of wearable technologies, in case of sensors, in case of health apps, or AI assistants, these softwares are free and anybody can use these softwares. If you will say the sophisticated softwares like 3D printing and 4D printing techniques, then since they are used for sophisticated part, so they are not free.
Thank you, sir. So next question, what we have received from a participant is how AI can help in diabetes management.
Yes. Okay. In case of diabetes management, we have discussed that some wearable technologies are there. In case of wearable technologies, we have Aura Ring, we have mentioned one in wearable technologies. Like if I say this cite these examples. So you can have the examples of some wearable devices. When a person is having these wearable devices, they will give us an each and every information of our changes in the body, whatever the changes are there. These diabetics or technologies, so we will have the data for day-to-day monitoring of these particular materials. Mainly one example that was launched by Abbott. It's a very biosensor patch, and this biosensor patch that allows the diabetic peoples to continuously monitor the glucose levels, and the informed decisions can be taken accordingly. Second examples I have given that just last week, Amrut Swasth Bharat, the first AI tool that no needles, no pains, just a face scan. That will give you an idea within 60 seconds about sugar level. Or we all know that if you are pre-diabetics, then diabetics can be reversed. It means early detection of diabetes will be helpful to take the decisions, and if you are pre-diabetic, then it can be reversed. Or otherwise, if you get the exact idea of the sugar levels, then it can be precisely controlled or managed. So that's why I either using this Amrit Swasth Bharat AI app or this app or the sensors developed by the Abbots that will help for the monitoring of glucose levels, and hence the treatment we can be done. Thank you. Dr. Anamika, please unmute.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir,
Okay.
the next question is how AI help in the pharmacovigilance data management, because data integrity is the major problem nowadays.
So, artificial intelligence, since we have discussed the concept of telehealth, so wearable technologies, that hospital at home concepts also. So, every data will be on the cloud. So, there was a big threat of this part also, that if you are sharing the data uh, between these particular technologies, there will be again problems. So in case of a regulatory framework, while they were developing, they have added the concept of cybersecurity also. So using this HIPAA, that is a Data Protection Act that was came into the pictures. So along with FDA, they have adopted the Data Protection Act also for the medical devices. So either that is for the wearable devices, either for the telehealth, either in the pharmacovigilance, where data leak can be a big threat. So that can be managed by integrating this data protection policies along with this particular in the regulatory framework of FDA approvals also. So that's why already FDA has taken the step to solve or to address this issue also.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So next question is, what is the opinion on upcoming AI era in wearable devices?
Same. Since everybody is with the smartwatch. So one example is Apple smartwatch that is have one software which is FDA approved some 5 years back, that can track the atrial fibrillations in the persons. Otherwise, they cannot be diagnosed at this early step. Person can have idea about 5 years back that there can be chances of heart attack or heart strokes or the strokes also. So he will get if there is arterial fibrillations. Otherwise, it cannot be detected normally. So Apple Watch or even Samsung, but Apple have got FDA approval for this software in some 4 or 5 years back, and it's people are using this particular part also. So wearable technologies, they are coming up with the concept like about either it can loop step. Loop step is one more technique in athletes. It will give so much of data for the athletes, and then accordingly they may do some modifications, or they may take some informed decisions. So these variable technologies of these particular data, they will be helpful in upcoming time. Already they are contributing sprint new features, they may contribute immensely.
Okay, sir. So the next question is how to leverage AI for target identification, compound screening, and drug protein interaction prediction in to accelerate drug discovery.
Drug discovery. So, as we have discussed, that artificial intelligence is almost contributing to all the fields. Right from starting, say either we have discussed 3D printing, but its role in drug discovery is major. One example I have given that in various startups, they are there in for the drug discovery. One example is APAS Compact in biotechnology. In drug discovery pipelines, these large language models, they have contributed immensely. Second, we have example also cited that earlier we used to think of that Alexander Fleming who had discovered the penicillins, but now it's Robert Eve, a scientist who have done the discovery, or we will use the right word as a drug repurposing or pharmaceutical profiling for the triclosan, a compound ingredient present in the toothpaste for as an anti-malarial agents in case of resistance malaria. So it means that is contributing in that particular parts. Apart from that, in our last slides, we have seen that you can have an example of this atom-wise drug discovery softwares. The engine is there, Spring is there, Instiro is there, and this Blackthorn is there. All these softwares, they are AI, machine learning, or deep learning based, and they have shortened the life of drug discovery by many folds. So by having and large data, large targets, n number of data, so it can be optimized by the machines. Here's we have one thoughts by one professor when we have discussed with the drug discovery that robots, they never sleep. They keep on learning and performing day and night. So these pool data or in drug discovery pipelines, this data can be converted into some significant leads. So these artificial intelligence softwares, they will play a critical or the crucial roles. Already, main pharma giants players they are there using artificial intelligence and which have facilitated the pace of drug discovery. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Sir, one last question. What is the future of AI-driven 3D, 4D content creation?
Sorry, it's a 3D and 4D content creation.
Content creation, yes, sir. We have received
Okay, content or digital ones. Okay.
Yes.
So already I have given one examples that you might have had. Just a minute. For content creation, already Chat GPT, and in 2019-20 it was launched. 25 is a Chat GPT 5 version is there in markets, but believe me, it's just a baby step. Upcoming 4 or 5 years, you will be surprised that Chat GPT was something like raw materials, like a baby step. We have like if you want to create one contact, since we belong to scientific fields, clinicians or scientists, they were not getting the evidence-based results or answers for the medical questions or creating some content. They were only the 5 to 10% accuracy was there. But that next recent the technology developed as the Chat RWD. This is the real world data. One Chat RWE. There's a real world evidence. It works with the principle of retrieval augmented generations. So then this LLA, large language models, when coupled with retrieval augmented generations, they are able to provide the 94% with accuracy or evidence-based content for the clinicians or the peoples which are engaged in clinical trials. So that's why this software or this artificial intelligence platforms, they are providing, they are giving the accurate and evidence-based contents also. Thank you.
Okay, sir, thank you. So one more question we have received. Are there any commercially available bio-eyes printers, or is this still at a research stage?
Please repeat the question.
Are there any commercially available bio-eyes printers, or is this still at a research stage?
Okay, commercially available 3D printers.
Okay, sir.
So I have discussed that if you will be surprised that I was discussing with persons that pupils have purchased 3D printers at very small scales also. There is one part, if I will share, we have studied that in 1990, we have the discovery of 3D printers. There were some patents. And if you Google one project that is called the REPRAP project, what it means, REPRAP projects means that when the patents expired around 2008 or 2009, there was flood of 3D printers or 4D printing technologies. This REPRAP technology is known to be the project is known to be the projects where the 3D printer or 4D printers becomes the more accessible to the small scale industries also. People's at home with very small cost of 30 to 40,000, they are having the 3D printers. I was very surprised. I asked, it should be in lakhs, but no, it's no realities. So we can say that in 2009 or 2010, if you will Google more about the REPRAP project, after the expiration of this prototype Sira or the stereolithography patents by Charles Hulk, it was very easy, or there was a flood of these 3D or 4D printing technologies. And I have mentioned first examples also, not 3D printing technologies, or in India, we have n number of companies are there which are having working on this particular 3D printing systems. Even Pune-based company is there, which is working wonderfully well and supplying the organs which are 3D printed. So thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for this knowledgeable session and this interactive session. Thank you so much once again, sir.
I just want to add one thing, Dr. Suri Prakash Gautam sir. Your session was very extensive, and highest number of questions is been means expected from all the candidates in your session only. So we got highest number of questions, and preferably every question was answered in well framed and structured manner. So thank you very much.
I believe that after 12 scientific and knowledge packed sessions, now our audience is expert and updated with the concept. So it was a session not by an expert, it was a session by expert to the expert audience.
Okay, well said, sir. Well said.
Thank you so much, sir, once again.
Thank you.
So that was about the technical sessions of this faculty development program. Now it's time for getting feedbacks from our expert audience. So I request the audience, if they have something feedback for us, they just raise the hand so that we can unmute them and they can share their feedbacks with us. I request all the participants who are interested in providing the feedback.
Gautam sir, we request you to stay for validatory session.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I have got a request from Dr. Amol. I request the technical team to please unmute Dr. Amol. I request the technical team to please unmute Dr. Amol for his feedback.
Hello. Good evening, all of you.
Very good evening, sir.
I'm Dr. Amol, Principal Shamsarda Bombay Trust Institute of Pharmacy, Bamburi, Jalgaon. As far as the FDP concerned, it is one of excellent FDP I have ever seen. The expertise were very knowledgeable, and whatever session they have delivered, it will be very useful for us, as we are in the teaching field, and we are always in contact with our students. The knowledge they have provided us, it will be also be helpful for our students, and surely we will share the knowledge with our students. And very congratulations to all the organizing team, as it is very excellent session and FDP I have seen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable feedbacks. Next, we have a hand raise from Ms. Kiran Verma. Ms. Kiran Verma.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kiran Verma from Shmati College of Pharmaceutical Education, Indore. I recently had the opportunity to attend this 6-day Atal Faculty Development Program on Next Generation Medical Devices, organized by Modern Institute, Indore. The program was very well organized and covered highly relevant and insightful topics such as artificial intelligence, 3D printing, and regulatory aspects related to medical devices. All the sessions were conducted by knowledgeable speakers who explained the concepts in a clear and simplified manner, making them easy to understand and apply. The FDP was not only informative and interactive, but also extremely beneficial for enhancing my teaching and research capabilities. It provided valuable insights into the latest advancements in healthcare and medical technologies. I sincerely appreciate the excellent coordination and time management throughout the program. Overall, it was a great learning experience, and I extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers and all the esteemed speakers for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Kiran ma'am. Thank you so much. Next, we have a hand raise from Himani Singh ma'am. Himani Singh ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, ma'am.
Very good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, this Atal FDP, that is on next gen medical devices and fusion of AI and 3D printing, was very enriching and well structured program. And the sessions were very informative, and the smooth coordination made the online experience seamless. And these sessions almost enhance my knowledge of modern technology of AI, and which can I use in my research and for student for in teaching or as well as because I think we have seen the AI subject is added in almost it will be added in subject as a PCI curriculum. So and at the last, so heartful thank to all of the resource persons, the coordinator, Dr. Sapna Valve ma'am, and ma'am, you are the co-coordinator, Anamika ma'am, and the entire team and organizer of Modern Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, and their effort and dedication towards the entire FDP program. Ma'am, you're truly, we are truly privileged for taking this FDP program. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a positive feedback. Next hand raise is from Anindya Goswami, sir. Anindya Goswami, sir.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm Anindya Goswami.
Good evening, sir.
So today is the final day of this FTP, and we have really got an insightful session from each and every speaker. Nevertheless, our knowledge is definitely going to improve, and we can impart these technologies from the very basic concepts till the advanced stage. So I'd really thank all of you, Team Modern, for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have a hand raise from Mahima Chaudhary, ma'am. Mahima Chaudhary, ma'am.
Atal, organizing committee, respected HR, Dr. Sapna Malviya ma'am, and resource person for this valuable and informative session. I have learned a lot from this session, which will be very useful for me. Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much, organizing committee.
Thank you, Mahima, ma'am. Next, we have a hand raise from Kirti Tomar, ma'am.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you
Hello.
are, ma'am.
I'm This very informative session, ma'am. Firstly, I would like to thank the Chairman, sir, Dr. Anil Kharia, sir, HOD, ma'am, Dr. Sapna Malvi, ma'am, and co-coordinator, Dr. Anamika Singh, ma'am. And very congratulate to all of you. Ma'am, this session is very informative from the ground level. We have learned that how 3D printing and bio ink, biomarkers, and all the things, how they work and the regulatory guidelines that how can we make the medical devices and what are different guidelines, what are the classification first, second, third, second A, and like today's session, like wearing technologies and many things we have learned from this. And the HR session was also good. HR teaches us this how we can bridge the gap between the academics and the industry, and how medical devices are useful, and how the manufacturing are happening in the industry for 3D printing. And the very my favorite session was bio inks. And thank you very much. Very informative session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next hand raise is from Shweta Gandhi, ma'am. Shweta Dosi Gandhi, ma'am. Ma'am, you raised. Okay, I think there is some technical glitch at her end. I request Vijay Ghori sir to share his experience with us. I have received a hand raise from Vijay Ghori sir. Yes, sir. Please share your feedback with us, sir. Sir, you are not audible. Sir, you are not audible. I request you to please check. Okay, I think there were some technical glitches at that end. Again, we have received a hand raise from Shweta Ankit Gandhi, ma'am. I request you to please unmute yourself, ma'am. Thank you so much to all the participants for being a wonderful audience for the whole technical sessions of this FDP. And we have received numerous positive feedbacks in our chat box also. Thank you so much, everyone. This is to inform you all that we are just about to commence our valedictory session in a few moments only. Stay tuned with us. And now I request all the participants to please keep your videos on, cameras on, so that a group photograph could be taken. I request everyone to please keep your videos on. I request all the participants please keep your cameras on. The technical team is taking the screenshots for the group photograph.